them shanty or slum or trash, right? But to me, bastard buildings are very true, authentic architecture because it exists now, today, and it's live. So there are lessons that we can learn from it to apply to architecture that we're doing a temporary scene. So Bangkok Bastards is they're everyday structures created by everyday people to get through everyday life. It's conceived and constructed in the most unexpected, improvised, and an authentic way. So they include something like this. There's a construction worker house. Do people in Indonesia, do the construction workers live on site like in Thailand? If so, do they? If somebody can answer me.
Probably some of them, yes.
Yeah. So it's something that the Western world has no idea of. And it's an improvised type of housing. And so this is a construction worker house that I started my research with. And I think it's quite wonderful, the fact that this messy architecture is very improvised and it spills out onto the freeway. And there's so much life that's contained in this just little elevation. And I felt like this is really an authentic architecture that people overlook and don't give enough credit to. And it's something that I felt gave more than just historical architecture, like studying ancient Thai temples or palaces, or even agricultural house in the rice field that is an agriculture area that is devoid of urban living. This is live living. So I want to study it more to see how I can figure out its formula. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out. Okay, so we start to do drawings, not only photograph, of how construction worker houses work. And basically, we start to understand that it's divided into two components. The core, which are the rooms which are very hot and very uncomfortable to live in. But what makes the construction worker house work is the scaffolding element, which works as circulation, works as multi-purpose living area where you cook, clean, wash laundry, hang laundry, eat, get drunk. So it becomes a lifestyle for this tropical urban region. So once you start to understand that formula of the core and the scaffolding, you see how the construction workers start to play with the formula. So here you see how the scaffolding becomes manipulated to become almost like a crash helmet to protect construction debris from coming down. So this other house in the back has the scaffolding that's manipulated, so it has a barrier on top to protect the people below from construction debris. This one is another one where the scaffolding becomes an interior double-loaded corridor. So it becomes an insertion, almost like satay, inside the building. And it still works as a multi-purpose working space, as well as it becomes a wind tunnel in the middle as well. So people still cook and wash in this multi-purpose area. And with this formula, you start to see how they use the core and the scaffolding to create multiple units that are added onto each other. And then they start to invent and play with this formula. This beautiful roof drainage becomes just made out of corrugated, reflects light onto the underceiling. Here, they replace the walls completely from corrugated to building tarp, and you redefine what a door is. You know, instead of unlocking a door with a doorknob, you unbutton the door. Inside, the walls become completely different because they've improvised the material. Instead of having a standard window, you actually peel up the wall so that air and light comes through at the level that people are sitting at on the floor. So once I start to do the construction worker house diagramming, I start to get an overall understanding of diagrammatically how the components work. But then I wanted to understand more about Thai space, which I think is similar to Indonesian space and Malaysian space, in that we feel that architecture isn't just roof and wall and ceiling and floor. It's actually more. So we started a more detailed research process and recording. This is an illegal, semi-legal shantytown near my house on the waterway. And we went in and actually drew in very high detail all the components that we felt made space in Thai space. It wasn't only floors and walls, but we drew the mattresses, the pillows, the planters, even the garbage in the canal, all make space. And you start to see this type of space that's an in-between shared space, circulation space, similar to the scaffolding in the construction worker house, right? This small little alleyway becomes an incredible source of public area and outdoor area that compact shantytowns use as a new public space. So this little section, again, you see in this section that we record everything in our research. We feel like mattresses, pillows, Buddha, even feather duster, cats, even the garbage in the ocean and the water collection urns create space for us, even potted plants. And this little area, these little walkways become a node of activity similar to this, okay? So, and even the construction, the way they hack and improvise using leftover wood, leftover steel, as well as old telephone poles become kind of material of choice that's to be improvised because it has to be disassemblable very fast because life changes all the time. Floods, social unrest, earth, earthquake in your area of the world, and even the police when they come to kick you out. You have to be able to switch your mode of living very fast. So with these research, all to be switching back and forth between research and design so that you see how we work. It's not a linear process. This first project is called the Sala Arya. It's a hybrid house, a house plus a yoga school. And it's located in this unique gated community, a gated suburban community. I say it's unique is because I'm sure in Indonesia, you have suburban neighborhoods with high-end houses that all look the same. And you have to go through a security gate. And once you're inside this gated community, all the houses are probably the same, sold at the same prices, and they won't allow any other program in. But this unique semi-legal neighborhood called Samagon Gated Community has all these programs, cafe, wedding dress shop, spas, even nightclub, even a cuckoo clock, fresh market. All these things, even though they're illegal and informal in this gated community, create a mixed use life, which I think is quite beautiful and creates a very vibrant community. And so we were going to do a house that was also had a public component, which is a yoga school, which was appropriate for this kind of multi-use neighborhood. This is the owner, a yoga instructor called Pop, a friend of mine. She has a small house in this neighborhood that was overflowing and not large enough for yoga instructing students. It's kind of cute because her students are neighbors who actually walk from their house to study yoga with her here. So she needed to find a new place that was larger. So she bought a piece of property next to this flood reservoir in the neighborhood that faces the water. So we conceived this house in a way that it's not so much a piece of architecture, but it's actually an alley or a soi. So this is the street front in front of the house. And the main protagonist, the main space, or the main actor in this house is this central soi, or what we call an alley, that leads pedestrians from the streets through the house and to the ocean, to the lake in the back. So you can see here. And it works almost as a wind tunnel. So there's constantly airflow. So from this angle, you see the house is actually two little strips, longitudinal strips that define the central alley. The material we use, which we call bastard brick, and I'll tell you why it's called bastard brick later, is both, it's urban, architectural, interior, and landscape. It's the material that wraps the perimeter city wall or the house wall, which faces the urban street. So it's an urban material. It wraps inside to the garden, So it's a landscape material, comes further inside, becomes an architectural finish, and into this overhang covered area, so it becomes an interior finish. So we look at a way to almost break boundaries between architecture, urban, landscape, and interiors. We try not to define that there's a boundary between all these elements. So from the front, you see here, we redefine a new type of perimeter wall that's friendly. So these are old salvaged, old Thai wooden doors from an old house that we've salvaged, and it completely becomes open and neighbors can walk through. When it's closed, it's actually a private home for the yoga instructor and her mother. But when her school opens, her guests can actually walk through the house. And this is, this is the main alleyway. This is the main after. Becomes a yoga space and multi-purpose space, and there's wind flow all the way through. There's no air conditioner in space. Once you're underneath the overhang, it becomes a very open plan. The furniture is all mobile, so you can move it away to practice yoga. This is called the handstand wall. So there's storage in back, but they can do handstands on here. And you move through the back, it becomes additional yoga space for practicing against the water. But as soon as you finish yoga, you pull out all this mobile furniture and becomes a new multi-purpose space. So it really accommodates a new style of living. After they've practiced yoga, they bring home-cooked meals and eat together, and becomes a new communal gathering space as well, not only a private house. So at night, again, the space transformed from a yoga studio into a casual public living room. Every house, every project we encounter always encounters problems. But it's the way we adapt and solve problems in kind of improvising ways. Sorry, I can hear somebody. Is somebody saying something? No.
Sorry, I muted. Go on, please, Mr.
Okay, sorry. So the problem here was when we were going to order the finishing brick. The problem was when we ordered the brick, it came to the site. It was supposed to be 12 centimeters wide. But when we paid the deposit for half of the brick to start construction of the finishing, it came only 9 centimeters wide. And so we asked the brick supplier, what happened? And they said, oh, there's a percentage of error. But a percentage of error, it shrank 25%. We were quite shocked, but we had to accept that verdict. But this is our head carpenter. He said, the problem with when your brick shrinks 25%, it means you won't have enough material to cover all your walls. So we had a very deep problem. But our carpenter said, no problem, Kunchat. What I'll do is I'll chop the bricks, all of them. 15,000 bricks he chopped in half on his table saw. He said, I chopped this into a smartphone. You can see his smartphone. And this one I chopped the other way into a popsicle stick. So as soon as he chopped them in half, it reduced the weight by 50%. And so instead of actually having to carry the load-bearing brick structurally or having to create a steel structure to carry the weight, it can now be applied as a brick, as a clay tile by epoxy and mortar. As soon as that happens, the language of the brick bastard becomes changed. So it can be applied almost like a collage, and we can actually create different patterns that aren't load-bearing. But the patterns also have meaning. They're not just composition and just try to be aesthetically beautiful. Each pattern signals various interior functions on the inside, so that from the outside, the elevation becomes almost a storytelling of the activities that's happening interior. Like this is the bathroom, this is the writing table surface for the mom, this is cabinetry on top. And so this wall was the wall that you can actually read the DNA of the interior inside. So similarly, the alley that we researched is similar to the alley we designed in concept, even though in physical form it may not look the same. But this is how our research seeps in trying to create a new but old type of space that's active and live in the community. The next project, we'll skip to Hotel Labris. Um, very different, very not urban. It's out in the mountains, 1 hour outside of Thailand. So it's in a setting called Khao Yai, which is called Big Mountain. It's a beautiful forest preserve that's very popular tourist destination for Thailand. So we people in Bangkok like to go on weekend trips and go to Khao Yai or Big Mountain, where the hotel is situated. But the problem with Khao Yai in the past 20 years, all the resorts that have come up look like this: European theme. This is called Thames Valley. It's kind of British theme. Palio is an Italian walking town. Toscana Valley is an Italian hill town with a leaning tower of Pisa replica. So it has kind of a Disneyland flavor. And the client actually said that she wanted kind of an English style. So it was kind of a dilemma, because at that point I felt like I could only do modern language, and I felt like any other language was a joke. But I questioned myself whether that's a very valid value judgment, because don't all languages deserve equal attention? Because our world isn't just composed of the modern language. Other than that, she also showed me the slide. She said she loves the wizarding world of Harry Potter. And so we had to, it shocked me too, because how am I going to incorporate Harry Potter into our project? But it made me think about, I actually like Harry Potter too, but how do you kind of create the link between your design brain and your popular culture brain to create something that's authentic? Lastly, she said she wanted a labyrinth, or a garden maze, which is another European typology, but it's actually a landscape typology, which I thought was interesting, because it isn't just about language and style, but it's about manipulating space with organic material. In the end, I said, okay, let's try to do this. But what I won't do is I won't do an English style or Harry Potter style, but I'll do something that's magical. Okay. So what we proposed was, this is the master plan. It's kind of a longitudinal plan, and this is the main road on the left. We conceived of this resort called Hotel Labris as chapters, almost like a fairy tale. Chapter 1, which is arrival. Chapter 2, the hotel. Chapter 3 are the villas. Chapter 4 is the restaurant and conference. And the last chapter is the swimming pool. All of these chapters have architecture and landscape based on the concept of the labyrinth, or the maze. And we created with our friend, graphic designer and brander called Be Our Friend, and conceived of this hotel as almost another imaginary world for all the actual animals that live in the actual forest near Khao Yai. But we created kind of a new myth of how these animals have created this new kingdom called the Kingdom of Labris. So the first drop off, or the chapter 1, you come and you drop off. It's almost hidden inside this kind of natural scape. And once you enter, you get dropped off. And the first chapter is a series of hilly mazes that the kids would come in and run around and actually find kind of secret sculptures of these magical animals of Khao Yai. This is a porcupine, and run around. And then you find an opening here, and this is where our cafe is. So our cafe, we create a story that the cafe is for all these magical, the smaller animals that come to this tavern. And so this cafe is tucked also underneath one of the hills. And once you go in, you can see that we've created a landscape, not only for humans, but also for these magical animals of Labris. So the humans would have coffee here. This level is for the porcupine. This one is for the rabbits and the birds. And we customize all these chairs so that they're customized for the anatomy of the animals. This is a porcupine chair with all these holes so their pins can stick through. This is the rabbit's chair with a high back for the rabbit's high back and a hole for its tail. And so we created a story where we said that there's actually these little tunnels here that lead to a network of tunnels that extend all throughout Khao or Big Mountain Forest, where the animals come through this network and arrive at this tavern, right? So these are the animals that come through here. So it's another way of pushing and creating a narrative for the idea of the labyrinth. Maybe not building it, but creating kind of hints and tastes of it. The next chapter is the hotel. The hotel is very important because we try to tell two stories, a local story and kind of a foreign story. We told the client that this is actually a castle, right? So that the rooms or the meat or the solid actually encompass a void in the middle, almost like a cloister garden, what you see in European landscapes or in churches. But in actuality, the hotel rooms are just 5 meter by 12 meter, the typical concrete construction for a Thai shop house. So it's very cheap and effective. So what happens with the sequence here is very unusual. We created a labyrinth maze sequence where you enter through this tunnel opening. So this is an aerial photograph showing the sequence of how you arrive at the hotel to your room. You go through this tunnel, this large tunnel. As soon as you walk through the tunnel, you go through the garden and enter the center of the court where it's an open air lobby. Once you go to the lobby, you go to the kind of the magical checkout counter, and the guide will actually open one of these secret doors and hand you a welcoming package. We'll have a Hotel Labyrinth welcome letter. The animals will welcome you. They'll have a kind of a secret magical antlers, horn keychain. All the animals here have kind of magical horns. And then you have your secret key card. So what happens, you take your key card and you take it to 48 different doors that surround you. And once you find your door, you open your door and it leads to your own piece of labyrinth. So the labyrinth can actually be long, right? And you may not even find your destiny. So you go down and you make a right and then you find your entry. But some other labyrinths take you to a stair that takes you up to kind of a vertical maze labyrinth that takes you to your room. So the whole sequence of the hotel becomes a maze and a sequence that stretches out your arrival to the room. Again, it extends to the vertical plane as well, where if you can remember my scaffolding that we researched in the construction workhouse, the scaffolding appears here, but not in the form of steel and wood, but actually in concrete and plaster and different language of architecture. But it still serves a purpose of being a walkway, circulation, multi-purpose space, as well as tropical space that filters sun and rain and wind. But other than that, it creates kind of a layering of space that creates an illusion of depth. But it also, this new concrete and mosaic scaffolding frames the landscape in a new way. So we bastardized the labyrinth, right? So we studied that a history of the labyrinth is unicursal or multicursal, right? So unicursal is a type of labyrinth. You go one way in and there's only one way out. Multicursal labyrinth is you go in one way, but you can get lost in multiple paths. And then we studied how the labyrinth can actually not only be a path, but be occupiable rooms as well, because it can shrink and expand. So these are earlier labyrinths. This is a labyrinth in Egypt where the pharaoh actually designed 9 to 12 different labyrinths to obstruct thieves from stealing treasures. It becomes almost a game. This is the original labyrinth conceived of by King Minos to trap the Minotaur that was terrorizing the villagers. So he put the Minotaur in the middle of the first labyrinth, and he couldn't find his way out because there was only one entry. So what we need to do is create a new type of typology of labyrinth that was hybridized to fit the mountains in Khao. So instead of one entry, one exit, we combined the traditional European maze with a 48-room hotel resort in Thailand. So instead of one entry, one exit, you actually have 48 entries to 48 different hotel rooms. So what happens is that is you not only have 48 different sequences, but now all the different rooms have their own private linear garden, so that the labyrinth isn't only a sequence to move through, but becomes a new green space for each room. Like this becomes a little pre-garden. So the room isn't just an interior, but it also becomes an exterior garden space. So you see, for example, this room has a garden space as well. And so you can actually have breakfast in your labyrinth. So your hotel room expands, now the interior, but outer exterior as a garden. And in doing so, this new hotel room type allows you to see the hotel in the context of big mountain forests. So it becomes a new mountain Thai typology with the labyrinth. We thought it was interesting too that even though this is kind of a Western narrative, we wanted to insert local elements to create a layering of history. So the 48 labyrinth doors are actually salvaged old Thai doors, which have a very unique proportion that are narrow and kind of cute and small. And so we hybridized that as well. So we took out some panels of these interior doors and put in bars so that wind would pass through. So the interior doors become exterior tropical doors that allow light and air to move through. So this was the original door, which I designed before I found those doors. They were kind of international, kind of European style, but we think it's more interesting where we layer a local door into it so that you are kept wondering, oh, this is Thai, but it's also foreign. So we created a new architectural type language. The hotel itself, you know, or the site itself had English, French, Italian, and even Thai influences. So we made this collage in the beginning where we create the background of Khao Yai, which is a natural mountain, and then there are existing Thai houses, but then eventually other languages came in and therefore created a new language, a new roof profile that eventually resulted in this. Yeah. Hi. How much time do I have left? You have to unmute, sorry. 15 minutes? Okay. So the Great Hall itself is another building in the back. It's a restaurant. It's a Thai house. We basically wanted to create a new restaurant that accommodated 200 people, but it had to have the intimacy of a small Thai house. So what we did was we did this collage where we created a series of Thai houses to create a new typology that became this, which became this. So people start to see not many people thought it was a Thai house. Many people thought it was a new mountain profile landscape that framed the big mountain. So there are multiple readings in the things that I do. I don't want just one meaning. Inside, you can see the A-frame of the Thai house, but other people say it looks like the bottom of a ship. And other people say it's a new type of mass. But originally, we thought of how to manipulate the Thai house. But what I told the client was I told them, actually, this is a wizard's home. And all wizards have wizard hats. So wizard hats in a line became this. So, but both stories are valid. I always operate in multiple stories and multiple narratives because I feel like architecture can have multiple meanings, right? Bastard. Lastly, okay, my last project. We also did, 8 years ago, I was very interested in a very local typology called the Curtain Sex Motel, a very interesting typology. So this is an old building called the Curtain Sex Motel. And I got this project from a client called Papa Tony, who owns a lot of sex motels. And they're very unique hybrid because they were developed from the American Motor Hotel. But it usually talks about the dark side of Thai culture. So that what happens is this hotel these hotels you can find in many parts of Bangkok and Thailand. So it's an existing building type that's being torn down a lot, but I think it has value. What happens is usually a man who has a wife already and comes here with another friend, if you can imagine. So they go through the tunnel in a car with dark film, nobody can see it. They go through the tunnel. Some tunnels are very scary, right? But as soon as you come out into the court, you find a hidden courtyard in the middle, which I think is a very beautiful building type that has almost like a void or a lung for the city. So what happens is you drive in your car with your friend and you pull into your parking lot, and an attendant runs and pulls the curtain, okay? Pulls the curtain, and then there's a room attached to the end of the parking spot that you go in and you do weird things with your friend. And then as soon as you're finished with your activity, there's a secret exit out the side alley so that you don't come in the same way. So I diagrammed this so that you understand how this secret sequence worked in this love motel. Um, there's an animation, but I need to skip it because there's not enough time. Oh, sorry. Sorry. How can I skip it? Okay. Um, so this leads to the Samsen Street Hotel. So that first hotel that I researched actually was owned by a client called Papa Tony, a very unique client. Unfortunately, he demolished that hotel and they built a new neoclassical type of hotel instead of it. And I was very heartbroken because I wanted to modify that hotel into a youth hostel, a hostel and a budget hotel, a regular hotel. But 3 years ago, Papa Tony called me up and said, I bought another sex motel that you can renovate. So this one's on Samsen Street. This hotel, not as beautiful as the first one, still has, oh, this is Papa Tony, our client, right? He's a very cool, hipster, elderly gentleman. So he has a very unique background. This is Papa Tony when he was 21 years old. He used to sell coffee as street food. So he built himself up through street food. So this hotel will tell a story about street food as well. Eventually, Papa Tony made enough money from selling coffee to buy a taxi, made enough money and became a manager of a tailor shop and eventually owned his own tailor shops and got enough money to buy hotels. So he's a successful businessman. So this hotel is right here in roof plan. It has a void in the middle as well. From the front, it has the tunnel that you can go through like all love motels. But as soon as you enter the tunnel, this is you see the courtyard, the auto courtyard. But this courtyard's kind of small and kind of stuffy. I actually had to remove these rooms on the right to make this proportion nicer. The problem with all hotel rooms in Love Motel is very small, 3.5 meter by 4 meter. So we had, and Papa Tony said, I don't want to spend too much money, but what I need to do is you need to make a room so that you can sleep 3 people, not only 2 people. So if you can sleep people, I can make extra money. So I told him, okay, I will be able to sleep 3 people. This is what you need to do. So what we've considered is we're proposing a cantilevered bed that cantilever from the existing structure. So we've created these sleeping pods that actually can be cantilevered from the existing structure. If this is the original structure that's stripped down, these are the new daybed extrusions. So what happens is these extrusions are the minimal size, 1 meter 20 by 240. And so what happens when you extrude kind of a minimal twin size bed, you have leftover gaps. So what's happened here is that these gaps are filled with the scaffolding that we talked about, that we saw in the construction worker house. But this scaffolding will have a function of turning this sex motel, which used to be a dark, mysterious, and very introverted building, inside out. So now from a kind of a closed-off love motel now becomes a new street motel that will activate street life through these scaffolding. The scaffolding is divided into a porch component, an alley component, and a theater component. So the alley component is actually a new way to service air condensers and electrical conduits and sanitary pipes so that the engineers and plumbers don't have to go through the room, right? So they can service all the condensers and all the MEP systems on the outside balcony by moving through the circulation snake. But it also has a new surprise function. So this is the MEP service corridor that creates a new type of urban space. This is a fire stair. So this is kind of a new service corridor. And here, to get up to the service corridor, we've created a new type of kind of a light steel structure bastard stair that we got from, this is a stair from a local gas station that they use to change the light bulb on the canopy. So this is a local bastard as well that inspired our new stair. The next one is the porch. This is kind of a covering terrace area scaffolding that protects the setback area between the building and the sidewalk. And this area will try to reintroduce street food into Bangkok and Thailand. Right now, the government is outlawing street food because they feel like the vendors present a bad, dirty, and messy profile to the country, which I don't agree with. And I feel like we need to bring street food back. So this is a way to bring back Thai street food because Papa Tony used to be a street vendor. And so we're working with the neighbors here. They're making Thai sausages. So these are neighbors who are vendors right next to the hotel. So we've worked with them to create a new street food prototype business model so that they can actually serve their food as part of the hotel restaurants, so that we create a new business model, right? So that it led us to actually research different types of street food mobile architecture. So the porch isn't only the scaffolding, but we've designed this mobile pieces of tables and chairs and food carts that can move in and out of the hotel and onto the street. So it goes back to when I told you that architecture in Thailand and in Bangkok isn't only building. It isn't only walls and floors and ceiling, but it's actually tables and stools, food carts, even these twinkling lights create space, right? So this is the opening of the hotel where usually the police will chase the vendors away if they're selling on the street. But here, during special occasions, the vendors can come into Papa Tony's Samsen Street Hotel and sell their food without being harassed. What happens too is, remember the soy or the alley that used to service air condensers? At night and on weekends, it becomes a vertical stage so that musicians and dancers can actually perform street concerts for the neighbors. So I'll show you this short video. This is the opening night where the hotel threw a street concert for the neighborhood. All the landings on the top become a platform for dancers and musicians. And all the neighbors come out and becomes a street party, a block party, where we pass food around. Sorry, the video is shaking because it's from my smartphone. As the concert goes on, more people came, more and more people came from surrounding hotels. Okay, so you get the idea. Almost done. The hotel still has the original tunnel. So as you're a guest, if you're a guest, you go through, enter the hotel through the tunnel, and then you enter the lobby, and the reception counter is almost like a piece of street furniture. And this is kind of inspired by Security Grill in Bangkok. And then as you check in, you enter the courtyard, and you can see that it's been transformed into an outdoor theater. We've introduced a new pool that isn't a swimming pool or a lap pool, but actually an outdoor water-filled lounge, so you can watch the movie. We invented a new type of balcony called the leg dangling balcony. So it forces you to look out to watch the movie, but also forces you to look at each other and face each other. And it becomes a new public room, so that this community room encourages you to come out of your interior room and stop playing on your smartphone and actually come and enjoy the company of other people. Similarly to how in Thailand, we used to have outdoor movies and temple fairs. On top of that, while you're watching the movie, there's a pulley system that brings a tray up for popcorn. So it has a food delivery service that brings food up to your balcony while you're watching the movie. So this scaffolding isn't so different from this scaffolding, because somehow or other, Bangkok Bastard research seeps into our designs. So that's it. I think that's all we have enough time for. You have to unmute. I can't hear you. Oh, stop share? Okay, stop share.
Please check your microphone, Bu Tanti.
Got it. I still can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear my sound now?
Okay, I can hear now.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, there's some technical
No
issues.
problem.
So sorry for background noise if you hear any. And thank you very much for your very interesting presentation today. Well, if I can take a note from your presentation, so to bastardize, if there's such a term, to
Sure.
bastardize buildings, so which means you have to bring a new identity to the building itself as well. And also it means that everybody else can interpret what the building's new identity as well.
Correct.
Okay, well, we have some question here. I would like to invite the organizer probably to show Pak Chatpong here some questions.
Sure.
Or should I, yeah, okay. So there are a few questions here from Bagus. So your study of the bastard buildings is really inspiring. And so the question is, how does the people in these semi-illegal housings react when you and your team comes to them for research? And do you need to really convince them that it is for research, because nobody
Sure.
would think it would be a research material? So
Of
yeah,
course.
it's pretty interesting. So yeah, please.
What I always do is I have to be very respectful, because if I do research, it means I'm intruding their house. Like, nobody wants you to come into their house and start measuring and photographing. So I introduce them first, and I usually bring a magazine I'm in or a book I've done that has my drawings and my photo. So they know that I'm not a loser or a thief or the police, right? So let me grab it for you. Hold on. This is very important. I'm glad that somebody asked. So I would show them something like this, right? With my face on it.
Okay.
And then it's very important for them to see what I'm actually doing. So I would show them this drawing. So they know that, oh, wow, you actually draw slum and you draw it realistically and you draw it beautifully. As soon as they see this, they don't have to listen to my words because everybody can lie. But as soon as they see this, they said, oh, you're official. And so I say, I do this so that I can teach the students about the value of your shantytown culture. And I actually lecture about this in Japan or in Korea or in America. And so they become proud. But I
So
also
you
have
gain their
sometimes
trust.
I bring a gift for them too, a little gift baskets with snacks, and also an official letter that says we're doing this to preserve cultural identity. So as soon as we, verify ourselves, only then can I ask them. Right.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I would like to invite one participant who has probably is there anyone raising hand? Okay, if not, okay, so we're going to the next question probably from the okay, so there's one who raised their hand, so I called no fan here. Can you okay, I would like you to unmute. Yes, please, no fan, are you here?
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm allowed to ask, all right?
Okay, can
Yes.
you start your video as well because we would like
Oh,
to see you here?
okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. So hey, thank you for the opportunity. I'm really inspired by your project, especially the hotel libraries.
Mhm.
And I like to know, how do you pick the bastard aspect? Is it a random pick, or do you have a list of possible bastards that you will later research on? How do you decide which is bastard able or and which is not? And how do you maintain the locality when turning the bastard aspect into a newer, more established building? And also, do you
Okay.
think the bastard concept can help people in preserving their own culture? Do you think it will help people to, preserve their culture? Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for the bombarding questions.
Thank you. Those are all good questions. Let's try to answer it one answer. um, it's a good question because it leads me to say that bastards that I collect are everywhere, and I need to collect more. And it isn't just like I research one bastard and then I take that one and I use it in the design. It doesn't work like that. So I've researched bastards or kind of street vernacular for 6 to 8 years now. So I have a whole catalog of many things in here. That's what you need. You need almost a new architectural history so that you have an over understand. And all the bastards, as soon as we record them, you see that they start to talk about similar themes. Usable outdoor space that's covered, that's tropical, that's ventilative, that maximizes space. Also, utilizing loose objects like furnitures, tarp, umbrella, stool, food cart as space makers, right? These are overall themes that eventually it seeps into my consciousness. And I always basically tease these things out. And once I have enough bastards, then I can pick and choose which ones are appropriate or applicable, right? So, for example, Hotel Labris didn't come from a bastard that I researched at all, but it comes more from the attitude that I gained from doing all this research, right? It taught me that I don't need to create a Disneyland European architecture that's just a copy of a castle, right? But it taught me that I can research a Thai house and combine it with the language of European architecture and create a new thing, right? So I'm glad Labris is the one hotel that really isn't purely from a real bastard, but actually the vertical corridor that I showed you was actually a form of a scaffolding, but it's actually done in kind of Western plus Eastern language, right? Um, and if I can segue, I want to show you guys real quick Right now we're doing Indonesian bastards.
Oh yes, I saw that.
Please
Um,
do, please do.
so I've already started with Arcanesia. We've invited Indonesian students to come help contribute their own local bastards. So we already had 6 great projects that we're working right now. If I can share my screen real quick.
Please, you can share your screen.
Um, I'm go through real fast some rural bastards that we started doing 3 years ago. This is an umbrella restaurant next to a lake. So it's just mat, umbrella, and blanket. Create this new wonderful, breezy roadside restaurant. So we did these drawings too, and it actually influenced our new house. That is actually a lakeside residence that has fabric that actually filters sun and rain. So we're working with the local silk to create this new type of space. We call this a new outdoor lake room that's kind of tempered by local fabric, local silk, and becomes a new type of interior-exterior space. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Lastly, let me skip to when I was last in Surabaya. This is a photo I took from my hotel room when I lectured in Surabaya with Andi Raman. And I told the audience that there are bastards all over your country that are waiting to be discovered. And that I was there only one day, but the one day Andy took me to Kampung Kejawan Lor in Surabaya. And so I found these wonderful fish smoking houses that I drew this, in a day to show the beautiful light structure inside that's inserted, and also this beautiful brick chimney smokestack. Also the beautiful birdhouses. I did this drawing in one day as well. So you guys have so many wonderful bastards that need to be discovered. So I created Surabaya Bastards, right? And hoping that one day we created all these bastards, combine them to create Sea Bastards, a big manual. We want to create an open source website like Wikipedia, so all you guys can upload your bastards and can be available for everybody. So hopefully we're working with MIT to create this new open source website. So you guys, I want everybody to contribute because it's not only mine. I want you to feel proud. For 4 or 5 years. I never need to. I don't think it's important. So that's it. Oops, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And so the sea bastard sounds like a pirate.
Yes.
So pirate, so very interesting. Well, I think I would like to. Okay, so the Q&A session is actually up, but I would like to ask you one question because I would like to summarize the question that's been put by the participant here. Would you mind give us three keywords of your design principles if you can? So just 3 keywords. Okay.
3 keywords.
Yeah.
Authenticity.
Okay. 1.
Improvisation. And life.
Okay, so that's improved it. Okay, so yeah, I think it shows on your works, on your every work. So I think our session is up now. I'm sorry for the unanswered question. It's very interesting session, I believe, and everyone is still wondering. And yeah, I wish we still have more time, but working virtual means that we have to stick to the time.
Yeah.
So thank you very much again for your time, for coming with us today virtually. we hope that someday we'll collaborate more on that Sea Bastards project. And okay, so thank you very much to Mr. Chatpong.
You're welcome. And you can always send questions to my Facebook Chat Architects page if you want as well.
Okay, so that's it. Participants, you can personally ask your questions to Pak Chatpong here if you have something unanswered here. And we will, I think we can post the answers at the website.
Sure.
Probably. Yeah.
Sure.
So thank you again. And I would like to give back the session to our Master of Ceremony. So good afternoon, everyone. Have a good day.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Tanti yang telah memandu sesi kuliah tamu tadi dengan luar biasa, dan kepada guest lecture kita hari ini yaitu Mr. Chatpong atas paparan kuliah tamu yang sangat menarik dan tidak kalah luar biasa juga mengenai Bangkok Bastard. Thank you so much Mr. Chatpong, it was very unique and very inspiring. Terima kasih juga kepada hadirin yang sudah bergabung pada sesi guest lecture atau kuliah tamu kita pada pagi hari ini. Dan jangan kemana-mana, karena setelah ini akan ada final KTA 2020 pada pukul 12.45 waktu Indonesia Barat. Saya Verina, pamit undur diri. Selamat siang dan wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Verina. Mr. Chatpong and Budewi will visit the breakout room first, and then we can talk later on.
Okay. I also, if I can, invite students or professionals, if they want to draw and conceive their own local bastards, I'm very happy to help them develop it.
Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, para tamu undangan bisa beristirahat terlebih dahulu. Kemudian untuk para juri akan kami masukkan ke dalam guest room untuk mempersiapkan nanti final KTA. Kemudian untuk finalis harap merename namanya seperti sesuai dengan ketentuan kemarin agar bisa kami assign ke room yang khusus seperti itu. Untuk panitia bisa beristirahat sebentar.
tahun 1965. Pada tanggal 1 September, arsitektur didirikan oleh dosen-dosen senior kita, dan waktu itu muridnya sekitar 62 orang yang diterima pertama kali masuk. Dan semua itu sudah tersebar di mana-mana, mengajar maupun menjadi profesional arsitek, dan sudah banyak kemajuan yang dicapai dari saat itu sampai sekarang. Masih banyak A1 itu yang berkiprah di lapangan.
Rancangan arsitektur itu menuntut kita terlibat dalam situasi berkomunikasi dengan berbagai pihak. Selain juga punya satu tempat untuk bisa merenungkan atau menggali apa yang kita pikirkan. Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang fasilitas di pendidikan arsitektur, yang utama adalah studio. Ya, karena itu adalah tempat yang secara tradisi mulai sekolah arsitektur itu ada, dia juga ada. Jadi tempat di mana dia bisa berkomunikasi dengan banyak orang.
Arsitektur sendiri itu adalah sebuah bidang yang sangat abstrak. Dia adalah sebuah bidang yang membahas banyak hal dan mengeksplorasi banyak hal. Jadi di ITS saya mempelajari untuk bagaimana saya mengaplikasikan dan mentranslasikan konsep-konsep itu menjadi sesuatu yang aplikatif di dunia nyata.
Hal yang menarik di dalam pendidikan arsitektur, dia selalu bersifat kontekstual. Jadi kearifan lokal menjadi komponen penting di dalam perletakan acuan sebuah ide. Seperti karena itulah yang membedakan nanti arsitektur dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Itu sehingga interaksi antar orang yang menjadi salah satu komponen dari revolusi industri 4.0 itu adalah kolaborasi. Jadi kita bisa bekerja dengan stakeholder yang lainnya secara baik, dan itu menjadi penting dan diajarkan di Departemen Arsitektur ITS.
The local culture in Surabaya city, it was very, very different from the culture at home, and it was not, for me at least, it was not so difficult to become acquainted with the culture, the people. The people are very friendly and helpful, so if you ask for help, they would definitely come to your aid, and maybe if you don't ask for help, they would also be willing to help you. And getting around in Surabaya city, it also was not difficult, so even if you don't know a place or you don't know exactly where you're going, you can use Google Maps and you can pay online. And that is quite safe because Surabaya is also one of the safest cities in the world. I really enjoyed coming to classes, and most of the lectures, it was mainly based on presentations, which was quite different from what I know at home. We do presentations at home, but here it was the bulk of most of the evaluation that you would have done. And that was one of the most interesting things because you get the chance to get rid of some of your stage fright or your communication with other people, and also being vulnerable so people could give you good critiques or good ideas on your work. And the general atmosphere on campus, it was very, should I say, it was very boosting toward my learning experience and surrounding yourself with your classmates and friends.
Jadi ikatan alumni harus bisa menjahit itu semua. Jadi ikatan alumni ada IAI, ada kampus ya. Ikatan alumni itu bayangan saya ya, harapannya bisa menjahit, oh mahasiswa ini hebat di sini, oh profesi ini jago di sini, ya dijahit. Segala sesuatu itu dilihat bagaimana solve the problems, memecahkan masalah, lalu melihatnya bukan lagi sebagai masalah tapi sebuah challenge untuk dirubah atau diselesaikan menjadi punya manfaat untuk orang banyak. Apa sih yang kita...
Oke, panitia bisa stop share screen-nya tadi. Sudah. Ini di sini semuanya. Oh, sebentar.
Ini sudah aman, Bu Fenty?
Sudah.
Selamat datang pada sesi kali ini, yaitu sesi final kompetisi tugas akhir 2020. Dengan para juri yaitu Bapak Aji Negara, Bapak Setiadi Sopandi, dan Mr. Chatpong Chu Rudimo. Pada sesi kali ini akan ada pemaparan video overview dari para finalis dan tanya jawab untuk mencari karya-karya terbaik dari masing-masing kategori. Paparan video atau presentation dari setiap finalis sudah diberikan pada para juri sebelumnya. Nama saya Natifa yang akan bertugas sebagai Master of Ceremonies pada sesi kali ini. Baik, langsung saja bagi peserta KTA 2020 nomor 24 pada kategori Cultural and Artistic Studies yang berjudul Museum Arsitektur, dipersilakan. Baik, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
Okay, who's first? Mr. Chad, you wanna go first?
Start with A. Start with A. Start with A, please. Start with the number with your name first. Aji A.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. I don't hear you. Sorry. So, well, to be honest, this is quite interesting because in this situation, you can come up with these ideas. Or although your video presentation is not clear, maybe it's due to the technicality of the electronics. But I would like to ask you why Museum of Architecture in this area, and then why is it the building that you are design, it doesn't reflect any local or Aceh architecture. It's totally different than what is vernacular architecture in Aceh. That's my question. Thank you. Halo.
Halo.
Ya.
Baik, saya akan menjawab pertanyaannya. Apa yang membedakan antara museum arsitektur saya ini dengan bangunan-bangunan vernakular lain di Aceh? Jadi yang pertama, museum arsitektur saya ini.
Pertanyaannya, ini museum arsitektur di Aceh.
Iya.
Tapi kenapa tidak ada kelihatan Aceh-Acehnya? Tidak ada konteks itu.
Baik. Sebelumnya, maaf. Jadi museum arsitektur saya ini mengambil tema yaitu Movement of Architecture dengan pendekatan futuristik. Jadi fisik dari bangunannya ini memang menampakkan arsitektur di masa depan. Tetapi pada objek yang dipamerkan itu ada culturalnya, yaitu ada arsitektur tradisional di Aceh, yaitu rumah Aceh yang ada di Aceh itu berbeda-beda, seperti rumah Aceh yang ada di Aceh Tengah, di Tamiang, dan juga di Aceh Besar itu berbeda. Kemudian ada arsitektur peninggalan era kolonial yang ada di Aceh, seperti ada mercusuar yang ada di Sabang, itu semua ada di interiornya. Tetapi pada eksteriornya, di sini saya menjadikan museum saya ini sebagai escape area karena letak strategis Aceh itu ada di area yang rentan sekali terkena bencana tsunami dan gempa, gitu. Terima kasih.
Oke, itu mungkin dari saya, Pak Chung atau Mr. Chat. Pak Chat.
Yes. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. This is a museum of architecture, correct? I think the site approach is interesting, that it's kind of a triangular building that tries to accommodate this triangular site. But I think you need to ask the question of the appropriate scale of the building. It's a huge building, and it's a lot of architecture, and I feel like we talked about this earlier. If you're going to create a program, I think in creating a program in this day and age, you really have to possibly start thinking about the appropriateness of, if this program will survive, is a museum of architecture a large enough program to feed a building this big, and you're going to put a lot of money into this. I don't want to talk about just budget, but you have to talk about resources. There's a lot of building that's only going to be supplied by a museum of architecture. However, if you look at museums that actually have a greater volume of attendees, like museums of modern art, museums of arts. Some of them aren't as big as this building. So I think you have to ask, is there another function to this building other than architectural exhibitions? And I know that there are public spaces and amenities that you have included. I'm afraid for the huge roofscape because I'm afraid it's going to be hot and dead. So that's my question to you is I think it needs other programs to activate it publicly because it's a lot of architecture. But I do appreciate the circulation elements and how you talked about the ideas of movement, of intensity and relaxation. If that could be integrated into creating public and urban programs and introducing new programs into as kind of a new civic center, it'll be important. Yeah, so that's my comment.
I will answer your question. Bagaimana how to get strategy income to my building itu dapat bersumber dari pembayaran tiket masuk, kemudian selain untuk exhibition, tentu saja Museum Arsitektur ini juga memiliki fungsi-fungsi lain. Di antaranya ada untuk ruang seminar yang dapat disewa, kemudian ada kafetaria yang berada di lantai 3, kemudian ada juga yang berada di sekitar jembatan di tengah ini juga terdapat kafe. Kemudian di area-area jembatan ini juga terdapat souvenir shop, retail sayembara court, dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian untuk pemasukannya bisa dari itu dan fungsi-fungsinya lainnya juga dapat digunakan sebagai exhibition untuk student, mahasiswa jika memang mereka ingin menampilkan karya-karya terbaik mereka. Seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Okay, let me translate that. So she explained that actually the resources would come from the income that coming from the renting of the spaces in the design. Tapi mohon maaf, peserta nomor 24, maksud dari Catpong tadi adalah resources not only budget, jadi tidak hanya budget, tetapi resources yang dibutuhkan untuk program yang sudah disajikan oleh adik finalis nomor 24 ini skalanya cukup besar sehingga mungkin bisa dibandingkan dengan bangunan yang ada di sekitarnya. Jadi mungkin komennya lebih ke arah seperti itu, bisa ditambahkan lagi.
Oke. Jadi di sekitar saat itu berupa lahan kosong, kemudian ada SPBU dan itu memang berada di ujung jadi dia berbatasan langsung dengan laut yang sering menjadi tempat wisata di Banda Aceh. Seperti itu. Jadi perbedaannya itu tidak terlalu signifikan dengan kegiatan-kegiatan yang ada di sekitarnya karena memang kawasannya itu memang digunakan sebagai tempat pariwisata. Terima kasih.
Okay. So she explains more about the area surrounding the design. There is no building around it, so it is the only building in the site. That's it. Do you need any more explanation, Mr. Catpong?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's my turn now. I already actually put 5 statements about this project in the chat box so everyone can see, or probably I just should read it quickly. The first one is location-wise, its potential explored as emergency facility as stated in the concept. But it can be more than as added value to the museum. Actually, that is more potential to be developed as something more meaningful. The museum can be actually the museum itself can be the added value. It also refers to what Chatpong said about the resource. Jadi mungkin saya jelaskan dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Jadi resource untuk museum arsitektur ini bukan sekedar cuma uang untuk membangunnya, bukan juga cuma sekedar program untuk mengisinya, bukan juga sekedar cuma potensi lahan yang ada sekitarnya, tapi lebih kepada it goes to my third and fourth comment actually. Karena disebutkan the third comment that I made to this project is about the jump into the definition of movement that is stated in front of the concept is rather hazy. Jadi kenapa movement itu nggak terjelaskan dengan baik, nggak ada hubungannya dengan si museum kontennya sendiri gitu. Jadi my actual concern about this project is actually the definition of the museum itself and what the finalists think about architecture and what kind of architecture to be developed in the museum as the content, and also how the museum of architecture, what kind of architecture will be represented in the museum itself is not probably not presented well, or probably even underdeveloped as a concept that will be the resource of the museum. Jadi sebenarnya yang concern utama saya adalah pendapat finalis sendiri, research yang cukup mendalam mengenai apa yang akan ditampilkan dalam museum itu yang sebenarnya nggak terlalu jelas. Apakah tampilannya menjadi seperti atau bukan, itu adalah keluar dari bagaimana definisi mengenai arsitektur dan museum arsitektur apa yang akan dibangun di sana gitu. Jadi isinya museum sendiri ini tidak terjelaskan lalu langsung dikemukakan dalam sebuah solusi bentuk yang seakan-akan, makanya concern Pak Aji tadi adalah kenapa kok yang bentuk seperti itu yang dibangun bukan bentuk yang lain gitu. Jadi sama sekali tidak terjelaskan dalam konsep video yang cuma 10 menit itu gitu. Mudah-mudahan ada penjelasan mungkin di slide finalis, silakan.
Oke, baik. Sebelumnya saya akan menjelaskan dulu dari si tema rancangan saya, Movement of Architecture, yang berhubungan langsung dengan si konten dari objek yang saya rancang. Saya mengambil temanya movement ini dari kata arsitekturnya. Arsitektur itu seringkali terjadi perubahan ya selaras dengan perkembangan teknologi, politik, sosial, dan ekonomi. Kemudian perkembangan itu yang saya ambil menjadi tema, yaitu perubahan, perpindahan, pergerakan, dan pelestarian dari arsitekturnya. Kemudian saya jabarkan lagi definisi movementnya itu dari movement adalah gerakan dari satu tempat ke tempat lainnya. Kemudian berdasarkan pendapat-pendapat dari Merriam-Webster, Eric Kassar, Akira Omaki, saya mendapatkan bahwa movement adalah sebuah operasi teori yang generatif. Kemudian dia mengkarakteristik sebuah fenomena dari perpindahan. Maka dari situ saya mengambil teori lagi dari si Antoniades dalam bukunya Politics of Architecture. Kemudian saya mengambil intisarinya itu ada 3, yaitu the traditional strategy, borrowing, dan decomposition. Kemudian dari ketiga itu dapat dirangkum, yaitu seperti the traditional strategy eksternal itu berupa view analisis, site analisis, kemudian muncullah ide bentuk seperti ini dari site existingnya, di cut and fill, kemudian ada boundary area, ada cutting area, dan kemudian lahirlah bentuk seperti itu. Kemudian baru masuk ke borrowing, yaitu pictorial transferring, yaitu saya mentransfer dari beberapa studi banding seperti Museum Tsunami yang ada di Aceh. Saya mengambil sedikit ide dari situ, yaitu sebuah kolam yang terdapat di tengah sebagai public space yang ada di tengah. Kemudian baru masuk lagi ke the composition, yaitu terjadi pergerakan-pergerakan bentuk yang selaras dengan the traditional strategi eksternal tadi. Kemudian baru yang terakhir saya masuk ke penyusunan the traditional strategi internal, yaitu berupa pengaturan zona desain dan fungsinya. Seperti itu.
Baik, mohon maaf, waktu kurang dari 1 menit. Ya, jadi sesi Q&A finalis yang pertama sudah habis. Mohon maaf untuk waktu sesi tanya jawab sudah habis. I'm sorry, the time for the first finalist has run out, so we're going to proceed the next finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 64 pada kategori Cultural and Artistic Studies yang berjudul Contextual Sustainable Monastery and Retreat House. Dipersilakan. Baik, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
Okay, should I start first? Thank you. This is I like and how you choose the site and then decide what to have, what kind of program that you impose on this site. My question is, can you slide? Can I see the site plan?
Okay, wait.
Yeah, okay, this one. So, okay. Well, it's interesting that you came up with this idea to generate new programs and then add more values on this monastery. Can you tell me more about the main concept of the buildings, because of in the video it's not clear about this. The shape of the building is where it came from, and then how it's going to be utilized with the public. I mean, how it's going to be part of the economic solution for the surrounding for the surroundings, social. Thank you.
Oke. Baik, kalau boleh saya perjelas tadi pertanyaannya, bahwa Pak Haji menanyakan pertama poin utamanya berkaitan dengan konsepnya, yang kedua berkaitan dengan ekonomi sekitarnya. Apa demikian benar, Pak?
Ya.
Oke, kalau yang kembali ke main konsepnya, bahwa saya berusaha untuk mengangkat ke isu kontekstualitas yang ada di setempatnya. Jadi saya berusaha untuk membawa bagaimana istilah bentukan-bentukan lokal ada di sana, saya berusaha untuk definisikan kembali. Kemudian saya coba mencari dan menggali lebih dalam bahwa potensi apa yang sebenarnya ada, bahwa salah satu potensi yang mau ditampilkan dalam karakter Biara ini adalah karakter dari Ordo Fransiskan itu sendiri, yang mana mereka memiliki semangat hidupnya berkaitan dengan kegiatannya yang berusaha mencintai alam, ramah terhadap lingkungan, sehingga saya berusaha mengkontekstualitaskan dan menggabungkan unsur-unsur yang ingin ditampilkan, yaitu pada orang Flores sendiri sebagai kontekstualitas tempatnya, yaitu mereka bagaimana merespon kehidupannya dengan ramah lingkungan dan berkaitan dengan juga arsitekturnya. Kemudian dari prinsip hidup Fransiskan, saya melihat bagaimana dia hidup berdampingan dengan alamnya, dan karakter yang harus saya coba untuk tampilkan Kemudian saya berusaha untuk kontekstualitaskan terhadap era saat ini yang mana kita sudah jauh berbeda dengan era-era yang dulu, sehingga saya menggunakan beberapa prinsip sustainable modern. Seperti demikian, Mbak. Kemudian jika berkaitan dengan unsur ekonomi, itu berkaitan dengan lokalitas material, itu berkaitan itu maka diperoleh dengan material-material lokal setempat yang masih sangat mudah untuk diperoleh. Untuk kegiatan ekonomi bagi penduduk sekitar, yaitu kita bisa melibatkan penduduk sekitar untuk dalam kegiatan perkebunan, pertanian, maupun perawatan fasilitas ini. Kemudian jika bertanya tentang bagaimana asal bentuk tadi, kembali lagi saya ke arsitektur tradisionalnya, saya berusaha untuk mentransformasikan beberapa masa, tapi ada beberapa masa yang saya berusaha untuk mempertahankan bentukan lokalnya supaya masih bisa tetap merasakan pengalamannya sama ketika kita berkunjung. Ini loh, Flores itu seperti ini, bukan hanya ini Ngada, ini Bajawa, ini Ende, ini Ruteng, kemudian kita saya tidak mau bicara tentang personal ke daerahnya, tapi saya mau bicara inilah tanah Flores, tanah yang sangat subur, tanah yang sangat luar biasa. Seperti demikian, Mbak.
Oke, terima kasih.
Should I step in, or please go ahead? I can go last.
Oh, okay, my turn then. Okay, my comments are actually already put in my chat room. I put 2 comments there. They are actually interlinked. And I think in my comment is more like a preliminary judgment of the project because it's not so clearly presented in the drawings. I have no qualms about the concept because it's beautiful and idyllic. If you can combine everything into a design solution, it will be great. So my question is more about how those statements reflected in the design solution. And going to use bahasa Indonesia here. Karena di konsep itu dijelaskan bagaimana fasilitas ini sebenarnya seakan-akan diharapkan bisa membantu masyarakat lokal dengan pendidikan, training dan lain sebagainya, dan juga mengenai bagaimana mereka bisa terlibat dalam proyek ini. Dan bukan cuma dalam fungsi pastoralnya, kegiatan sehari-hari dari fasilitas ini, tapi juga mungkin hal ini bisa dibayar lunas oleh, bukan lunas lah ya, tapi dibayar atau paling tidak ditanggapi oleh bagaimana fasilitas ini dibangun gitu. Jadi kalau dilihat dengan perbandingan dengan site-nya, bentuk dan ruang yang dihasilkan dia diproduksi di sana itu termasuk cukup padat, cukup masif untuk daerah sana gitu. Kalau dilihat konteksnya itu kawasan itu menjadi padat sendiri di tengah kawasan yang masih sangat buka gitu. Problemnya adalah bagaimana ini bisa dimanfaatkan di desainnya sendiri gitu. Jadi bagaimana si desain ini bisa tidak hanya menjawab dengan solusi bahwa bangunan ini menggunakan bentuk atap lokal gitu, tapi lebih kepada bagaimana bangunan ini dibangun sementara waktu mereka dibangun bangunan ini, proyek ini bisa memberikan masyarakat lokal misalnya kesempatan untuk bekerja, berkarya, mengembangkan craft lokal dan lain sebagainya. Di sini yang sayangnya jangan-jangan, mudah-mudahan saya salah, tidak kelihatan di gambar-gambarnya gitu. Jadi bahkan gambarnya hanya terlihat sedikit. Dan saya memperhatikan the heavy use of concrete for the platforms, especially in the chapel area. Is it really concrete, or is it something that is made look like concrete using the local materials? Because having concrete in such a remote area, it's actually not undermining the local potential that you have shown us in the concept. And also about the construction of the chapel is not so clear whether you are using bamboo or using steel or whatever, because it's not reflected in the drawings. If you please prove me wrong. Thank you.
Oke, jika saya menangkap poinnya, ini juga sambil saya baca di pertanyaan bahwa adanya keraguan dari Pak Setiadi terkait dengan komposisi yang mungkin terlalu padat di site ini, yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua berkaitan dengan penggunaan konkret tadi ya. Dan yang ketiga berkaitan dengan material structure yang digunakan pada bagian chapel-nya. Apakah benar demikian, Mbak?
Ya, sorry. Yang pertama tidak terlalu padat. Padat atau tidak padat itu bukan concern saya. Saya melihat hanya karena proyek ini secara volume cukup besar gitu. Jadi punya potensi untuk dijadikan proyek yang dimanfaatkan oleh masyarakat lokal begitu. Saya tidak mempermasalahkan site plan yang padat.
Oke. Kalau berkaitan dengan potensi yang bisa dimanfaatkan oleh masyarakat setempat, jelas masih bisa sangat berpotensi, Pak. Karena saya melihat ketika saya visit ke daerah sana, bagaimana masyarakat setempat itu pola-pola sosialnya ketika mereka bekerja sama dalam proyek-proyek pembangunan. Jadi, seumpama seperti kita mempunyai suatu proyek, maka secara otomatis tidak akan mendatangkan tukang dari luar, tapi mereka akan melibatkan bagaimana sosial community mereka, mungkin ada tetangga-tetangga mereka, itu mereka akan dilibatkan. Sebagai contoh, ketika saya visit di sana, ada proyek pembangunan gereja yang mana untuk kebutuhan tenaga kerjanya, itu mereka masih disuplai dari lokal juga ada, maupun juga ada beberapa tenaga ahli didatangkan dari luar Flores, seperti demikian, Pak. Kemudian untuk penggunaan lantai, yang tadi untuk konkret, bagaimana dengan area yang terkontrol, itu cukup menjadi efforts. Ya, untuk hal ini saya mencoba mendefinisikan kembali bahwa kalau solusi yang memang cukup mudah untuk diterapkan adalah penggunaan konkret. Mengapa demikian? Karena dalam perawatan untuk kedepannya adalah kita akan lebih meminimalkan perawatannya, Pak. Karena mengingat ini kan biara juga bukan fasilitas yang menghasilkan banyak uang yang sangat luar biasa seperti kita bandingkan atau seperti mall atau seperti hotels. Jadi saya rasa solusi yang masuk dengan hal ini yang juga kebanyakan mereka terapkan di sana, untuk sementara mereka akan menggunakan konkret seperti demikian, Pak. Jadi itu solusi yang saya melihat bagaimana affordance masyarakat setempat dalam menanggapi situasi mereka seperti itu. Kemudian untuk structure yang saya gunakan itu structure bambu. Jadi saya coba belajar dari presiden structure, mungkin sorry ini kurang besar. Ini yang saya gunakan adalah dari di Thailand. Itu dari Chiang Mai Life Construction, itu dia Panyandan International School Bamboo Sports Hall. Saya berusaha memahami bagaimana pola struktur mereka bekerja, yang coba saya definisikan ke karya saya demikian, Pak. Karena melimpahnya material juga yang ada di sana adalah bambu, seperti itu.
Okay. So sadly, it proves my judgment. Okay. Sorry. So yeah, can I have my comments then? Because it's actually the project misses so many opportunities. Because ya itulah, karena masyarakat lokal yang di sana itu tidak dianggap sebagai potensi gitu. Bahkan sebenarnya dia digunakan sebagai tenaga labor aja kalau saya lihat dari desainnya gitu. Karena semua seakan-akan diserahkan pada kontraktor bagaimana membangun, bagaimana memanfaatkan tenaga mereka, tapi tidak memanfaatkan keterampilan yang ada pada mereka gitu. Ya, oke, semoga. Tapi saya sebenarnya berharap desain Anda ini lebih memperlihatkan lagi bagaimana sambungan bambu itu diperlihatkan gitu untuk membuat bangunan seperti ini. Apakah cukup mudah bagi masyarakat lokal untuk membangunnya tanpa skill tertentu misalnya, atau menggunakan teknik yang ada di sana untuk digunakan kembali dalam proyek ini? Kira-kira ada nggak gambar itu?
Kalau untuk gambar detailnya mungkin tidak terlihat ya Pak ya di sini ya. Tapi saya coba waktu
seperti beton atau baja,
seperti steel ya, seperti steel. Karena memang concern untuk di tugas akhir saya bukan di pendalaman structure, tapi lebih ke sustainable, seperti demikian, Pak.
Baik. Ya, itu ada problem kategori menurut saya. This is a problem of category actually. You cannot really separate based on themes like this, because all designs solutions should also a solution to social problems, technological problems, and also like cultural issues. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll make my comments brief because I really like your program. The fact that you chose a program that already exists with Franciscan monks. From what I read from your research, one thing that I think you should focus on is the ground plane, very much. It reflects in all of your drawings. I'm not so worried about the iconic roofs because I know that a lot of your attention was put into that, but I think you need to work on connections of the building to the ground and the identity of the ground itself, because from what I read, there are a lot of local knowledge that the monks created in terms of agriculture and the way of treating the ground and creating new types of kind of agricultural and kind of sustainable techniques. If you look at your master plan, you can read exactly where your focus of attention was. It was on the architectural buildings. And the rest, to me, did not have the same amount of focus because the problem with this site, you can see it in the site plan as well as the 3D renderings, is that all the attention was put on the buildings. And the ground plane really could have made this very much alive. And the fact that you chose very many different types of architectural typologies, to me, there are too many types. I know that you want to celebrate kind of the local iconic architecture, but sometimes there can be too much of a good thing because some parts have to be quiet, some parts have to be loud. But if you are going to use a lot of different building typologies, you need to work on your landscaping and the ground plane to basically hide some and reveal some to create contrast of highs and lows, or else it'll be just trophies, architectural trophies that are dotting your site plan, which is what it looks like right now. I also encourage you, and many other people who've done this, is to not just do 3D renderings, especially your project with beautiful handmade materiality construction. You should look at hand drawings, or at least you need to work on your 3D renderings so that they don't look like corporate renderings. But they already look good as well because you've muted the colors, but the materiality of natural materials does not, if you don't do it well, it comes out looking very flat and bland in 3D renderings, as well as people, which is, I think, another important, people, landscape are the two things that are neglected when you do 3D renderings, which I think you should look at collage techniques more, hiding your building more, because with Thai architecture, as with Indonesian architecture, the beauty of the architecture isn't the architecture itself, but it's also the landscape and the people that inhabit it as well in creating the atmosphere. But I like your program. Thank you. No questions, just comments, because I know we have limited time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chat.
Sure.
I'm very appreciated.
Yeah. You should put in some hand sketches too, especially with this project.
Okay, so we're going to proceed to the next finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 49 pada kategori Design Studies yang berjudul Rediscover the Abandoned, Studi Strategi Desain Adaptif Reuse dalam Konservasi Bangunan Bersejarah di Jakarta. Dipersilakan. Baik, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
I think now Pak Chung can start first.
You want me to start? Okay.
Hold on, I have so many questions here.
Yeah, I do too.
Please chat, you go ahead then.
I may start with questions. I understand that the interventions, it's kind of this, first of all, I appreciate that you're working on the topic of kind of adaptive reuse. I appreciate that. I think it's very important in this day and age to look at alternatives to not just building completely from scratch because of global warming, of existing resources. So I like your focus of the project. So I want to commend you on that. Aside from that, maybe it's because of the language of the presentation. What is not clear, what is clear is I think you have a clear architectural language where there is kind of a more modern steel and glass frame that weaves itself into the historical architecture that creates some interesting spaces. But in the end, I feel like it's very Western spaces. There are a lot of glass covered, a lot of solar drenched and very hot areas that look good in photos, but will be very hard to be in. So, they're, you can see them. For example, the photo in the, yeah, right, the one in the middle below your arrow. There are a lot of rooms with glass ceilings, basically. A lot of rooms with glass roofs. But what I also really don't understand fully is what is the program, which I think is very important, is the new programs that you're inserting into the historic building, because it's really about telling a story, not only of its architecture, how the two types of architecture collide, but also how new programs existing with old programs. And what you talk about is, we don't want to just preserve old buildings. You actually have to transform them, not only with architecture, but also with innovative new types of program. So let me just start with that. What is a programming? And my comment was on the very modern intervention, which I don't have no problem with, but I don't think it's very based in Indonesia, and it's very tropical because of the glass roof. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comment. Now I want to explain about the program that I put inside the new building. I'm going to show you. Okay, so the new program in this site is like, I'm going to build like a museum, for a photography museum, and also a cultural and arts and museum. Why? Because first, according to the site area that I chose for this building, it was used to be the district, the business district area of the during the colonial era. So here you can see the building was built during the Dutch colonial era. And it has a unique design or architectural elements and physical elements there, where it could invite like visitors or other people from other country to the area, which is now abandoned area. I want to make the area become alive economically and also socially, so that lots of people from other area could also come to this area. So the main purpose is to make a photographer and art community, which is named like Komunitas Kota Tua, Komunitas Fotografer Kota Tua. Here I'm gonna give you the. So there's a community in Indonesia called Komunitas Fotografi Kota Tua, where their focus is like to represent like Indonesia's cultural and historical buildings, where they could take pictures about the Indonesia's historical buildings and represent it to overseas, so that it could make the Indonesian history become well known to other countries as well. So the main purpose of the program is, I'm going to make like this. It's like a museum where the photographers could like represent their work through photos or through like historical or cultural physical elements through the existing building. And then there's a secondary program. It's like a cafeteria, because I used adaptive reuse program, adaptive reuse. So I need to make sure that the usage of or the new program could make the community come together as one, and it could be used. It could be a useful program to the community itself. So there are like two main programs, the museum, and also the second one is like the cafeteria, or like the more leisure area for the community around this space. And for this second one is the usage of the materials. So I use like three implementations for my project itself. The first implementation is like from the physical elements that have in the strategy of the adaptive use. I choose the weaving strategy because it suits the program and it suits the historical building itself. Like the material for the glass, yeah, I know it's a hot and humid place in Jakarta, especially in the middle of the Jakarta. So why do I choose like the transparent material is because when I use the weaving strategy for the adaptive reuse, they need to have a contrast materials from the original materials because the original materials of the building is like a solid and opaque materials like I'm gonna zoom this one like bricks and like solid walls. So even though like the new building itself is put it inside and yet outside or around the new building, around the old building, sorry. But we have, I want to make sure that the people and the visitors there could know that, oh, this is a new building where it's differentiated by the material itself, the contrast of the materials. As like using the modern like steels and also like glass or a more transparent material. So in one building, when they come inside, they could feel like, oh, here is like the old building, which has been interpreted with the modern materials, such as like the glass like there. So the atmosphere, they could feel like the unique atmosphere of the historical building, but they could also feel like the modern uh, taste of for the
Yeah,
architecture.
but that's very Western thinking. That works in a Europe, that works in a museum in America or in France or in Germany, but you're in Jakarta. We need to make a translation of how to create this type of contrast, but in the Indonesian modern way, I think, right? Because eventually, once you graduate, you're going to be a practicing architect. So you need to face this problem head on because you're creating this project about sustainability, adaptive reuse, but you're going to spend a ton of money operating air conditioning and people aren't going to use it. So technical issues are just as important as construction and conceptual material issues. And if you embrace these technical issues in a serious way, you'll find innovative solutions locally that will work better than steel and glass or incorporate them in a different way. Okay, sorry, I've taken too much time. Go ahead, other people. But the composition is very interesting other than that.
Thank you very much.
My turn? Okay. Apart from my comment, I already put 8 points in the chat box. And what I'm going to ask is about, do you consult the urban design guidelines for this project or not?
Saya jawab bahasa Indonesia aja ya.
Ya, silakan.
Jadi dari project ini saya pertama itu mengambil jadi semua dari untuk pemilihan site dan juga untuk kayak ketentuan kriteria dan tolak ukur itu saya pertama mengikuti dari peraturan daerah khusus Ibu Kota Jakarta nomor 9 tahun 1999. Jadi di mana ada 3 penggolongan bangunan bersejarah. Nah, jadi dari yang ini dia sudah ditentukan. Jadi pertama dia masing-masing golongan bangunan bersejarah ini tuh ada masing-masing ada 5 kriteria. Nah, dari situ saya simpulkan dan mengambil tolak ukur, jadi ada bentuk, material, struktur, dan fungsi dan masa baru yang kemudian akan saya analisa lebih lanjut terhadap 5 strategi adaptive reuse, yaitu ada insertion, parasite, wraps, juxtaposition, dan weavings. Dari kemudian itu, setelah disimpulkan, saya mendapatkan kesimpulan kriteria dari masing-masing kriteria tersebut, yang kemudian saya cross-check kembali dengan beberapa preseden yang sudah menerapkan adaptive reuse tersebut. Nah, jadi dari situ kemudian baru saya cocokkan kembali ke dalam site atau tapak bangunan bersejarah yang saya pilih, apakah bangunan bersejarah tersebut itu masuk ke golongan A atau golongan B atau golongan C yang bisa menerapkan masing-masing strategi. Jadi setiap masing-masing golongan ini berdasarkan peraturan pemerintah ada ketentuannya, jadi dia bisa menerapkan hanya beberapa strategi saja. Nah, setelah diteliti dan setelah sudah konfirmasi ke bagian pihak Kota Tua, yang bisa dipakai itu untuk golongan C saya itu berdasarkan analisa dan analisa tapak juga dan sudah disetujui itu adalah weavings dan insertion gitu. Jadi dari
that's not what I'm talking about actually. Actually, there's a guidelines for not only about how to restore the buildings, but there's also what kind of function that will work together with everything that is being conserved and also being redeveloped in the old city of Jakarta. It's much newer strategies that have been deployed by the provincial government of Jakarta. I think if we play by the rule, we can really contribute something to the site and also gain something that has been strategized by the provincial government, because it's the ongoing project of the very big project by the provincial government of Jakarta. So yeah, so I think that you're playing your project by your own assumptions then. And the other comment is actually about it's much more challenging for your project if actually you consider yourself as a commercial private establishment rather than as a public non-profit activity, because it probably will challenge you more about how to put the maximum gross floor area into a preserved structure, urban tissue in the old city, rather than to put a very, very light programming into the existing situation. That's only my comment, actually. Thank you. But what I can comment about your project is actually the interesting use of the steel grids. That's probably works to orientate visitors to really understand the structure and to understand the unskewness of the project. But I'm also questioning about the use of the overhanging glass roof reaching to the river. Whether it's a wise thing to do or not, I'm not really sure, because you're not consulting the urban design guideline, the new urban design guidelines. That's only on my comments. Please, Pak Haji, probably you have your own comments.
I just
thank you. Very interesting.
Add up some comments, not a question. So basically, I like the way you present the work. It's good presentation, graphic-wise, but execution-wise, I agree with Pak Chung and Pak Chat that this is Jakarta, which is very hot, and it's very really difficult to have a glass roof, glass canopy, and I think you already have Alsop as reference, one of Alsop work as reference, and you can see his work in Singapore, Clarke Quay, where in almost the same situation, old buildings, there's an intervention with contemporary architecture where he just create umbrella with very modern materials. So basically, you just create this tropical kind of moderate the climate with the tropical solution. So instead of using glass, he's using EFTE, and it's like an umbrella. The air is still flowing. Minimum use of air conditioning. That is really important because we need to bring up the identity that we are in Jakarta, we are in Indonesia. It should be different from in Amsterdam or other areas. So I think that needs to be your consideration when you design, bring up the identity of the place, so the spirit of the place. Also agree with Pak Setiadi Sopandi that the glass canopy crossing the road maybe is not allowed in this area because it's one of a heritage area, which is very strict in the regulation. I think that's my comments for your improvement on the projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Aji. Ya, jadi aku kemarin I want to for the program. Jadi untuk programnya ini itu aku lokasiin di sini itu dikarenakan pertama juga dari bagian sini kan ada Kali Besar yang merupakan kayak tempat wisata utama dari bagian Kota Tua itu. Nah, terus bagian sini, yang bagian belakangnya itu adalah kayak pasar Kota Tua yang merupakan kayak area yang banyak pengunjung. Nah, dari itu aku yang mungkin menaruh bagian ini itu kayak yang penutupnya itu sebagai kaca untuk menyeberang itu pertama tujuan aku awalnya untuk kayak membuat orang bisa mengkoneksikan kedua area tersebut gitu. Jadi kayak agar menghidupkan kembali area tersebut. Tapi ya memang tidak mengikuti, mungkin belum mengikuti guidelines dari urbannya itu. Jadi terima kasih untuk masukannya Pak Setia Sopadi dan Pak Aji, dan ini akan dikembangkan kembali.
Can I add one last comment before we go? I think it's interesting that we're trying to create a community and to attract foreign tourists. But one thing that could be helpful too, we've had a lot of projects that the original intention was to bring in foreign tourists, but I think it would be interesting to actually cater to local groups, because in this day and age, foreigners are looking for authenticity. They want to go to places where there are a lot of locals. So if we start to think about how do I make this place really successful and really help assist local communities and local businesses so that it's successful locally, that in turn will help bring in foreign tourists. Because foreign tourists nowadays don't want to see other foreign tourists. They want to hide amongst locals. They want to feel they're in a very authentic place that is actually live with authentic local people. So that's my comment. This actually will help create shape and create form and create program, because once you start think of it, you may think of, instead of having, a global touristy shop, it could be a local noodle shop that changes the aesthetics and materials and approach to space. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Baik, waktu tanya jawab peserta nomor 49 sudah habis. I'm sorry for the time for participant number 49 has run out, so we're going to proceed to the next finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 51 pada kategori Design Studies yang berjudul Strategy Concept Design Life Outside and Life Inside sebagai pendorong interaksi sosial pada multifamily housing. Dipersilahkan. Baik, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
Let's go first. Pak Chung.
Okay, hold on. I'm typing. Okay. I have 4 comments on this. First, I need an answer to this, my first comment. Do you set up guidelines like the maximum or optimal number of occupants, scale proportion, or studies of spatial typologies, which is interpreted or you believe or you regard as something that can potentially bring the sense of neighborhood into the project? Do you have a kind of vocabulary or a list of typologies or things like that? Because so far as I see, you put it into a section, which is a nice section to have, but it's not actually mentioning about a formula or elements that you would like to use as an ingredient of your project. Jelas atau saya harus pakai bahasa Indonesia?
Jelas. Jadi pertanyaannya elemen-elemen strategi perancangan apa aja ya yang dipakai untuk mendesain menghasilkan
bukan strategi sih, tapi semacam daftar vocabulary, elemen, tempat, ataupun ya kalau saya merefer mungkin lebih pada misalnya ke pattern language-nya Christopher Alexander, like a list of ingredients that you can put into your project? Do you work that way or not?
No, I do my work by berpatokan pada strategi perancangan yang udah aku create based on live outside and live inside-nya itu. Jadi dari si teori strategi-strategi ini yang aku pakai sebagai patokan gitu untuk menciptakan si livable multifamily housing-nya.
Is that translate into scale, proportion, or dimension, certain kind of flow of organizations?
Sorry, maksudnya? Bisa
Apakah studi itu tadi diterjemahkan menjadi semacam skala, proporsi ruang-ruang yang dianggap sebagai punya kualitas neighborhood yang baik gitu? Soalnya kan ada salah satu bagian itu bicara soal menciptakan ruang terbuka di antara dua gedung gitu kan. Tapi what kind of space that you think will represent or will bring the sense of neighborhood? What kind of scale, what kind of proportion, what kind of dimension?
Aku jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Jadi untuk aktivitas sebenarnya proportionnya yang dimaksud itu di sini aku lebih menjelaskan tentang low rise building dengan proportional space between building sama manusianya gitu. Nah jadi untuk secara dimensi yang persisnya aku nggak sedetail itu, tapi ditetapkan bahwa bangunan itu harus low rise building, means sekitar from 1 to 5 floor height buildings. Nah in the space in between itu menyesuaikan tergantung bangunannya yang di level berapa gitu. Dan aktivitas yang take place di the spaces between buildingsnya itu pun based on the analisis dari si tapak tersebut dan kebutuhan si usernya.
Oke. Ya, karena actually the 20th century is full of housing experimentation, but sadly not in Indonesia. We have a very poor development of research on housing, especially urban housing, and also social housing. We rarely have a very good example of social housing. All we do have is actually a developer build apartments, which are actually very, very individualistic. And we don't have this kind of development even back in the 50s and 60s. But the problem with this is actually we don't have a solid ground to base our assumption, your assumption on whatever can be perceived or can be regarded as having a sense of neighborhood. That's the problem with the issue at the moment. So we don't actually have tools to really connect your claims, your concept with the design solutions. So it's a problem for me to really assess this work as well, because sometimes some of these open spaces are actually quite overwhelming in terms of neighborhood. In one or two views of the perspective, actually, we're seeing at the same frame, we can see like hundreds of units of apartments. That it's not something that I can really say as having a sense of neighborhood. We're having hard time to really know our neighbors, even to note whether we can have access to those part of the housing areas. Actually, that's only my comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Pak Chat.
Oh, okay. You can go first.
Okay.
Wow.
Can I see the ground floor plan?
Okay. Ini.
Okay. So what is in the ground floor? Are there units?
Okay. My programs in the ground floor is divided into 2 different sections.
where have of like diagonal. Sorry, can I show other? Okay. So the programs in here is distributed. In the ground floor, I have public facilities programs within the sorry aku jawab bahasa Indonesia aja Pak. Di bagian perimeter luarnya tapak itu difasilitaskan dengan program publik, jadi areanya itu terbuka terhadap pendatang lainnya. Tetapi bagian belakang dari tapak itu ground floor-nya jadi unit apartemen semuanya. Jadi dibagi dalam satu line ini nih, satu line di mana si bagian satu line ini. Jadi bagian area ini tuh area yang publik.
Okay, this is where your idea is about life inside and life outside. Okay.
Yes.
But then I think you missed the opportunity that in this area, especially if I'm not mistaken, this is in Jakarta.
Tangerang.
Oh, Tangerang. Okay. Lands are, I mean, open public space are quite expensive. So I think ground floor is one of the opportunity for the neighborhood to have a common or shared space where they can have an interaction. So many activities actually happen just in that on that ground floor, because if it's in between buildings, yeah, well, you have in the afternoon you have sun, so you have to cover it. But under the first story, you are covered, so you can make use of that space to for a public space. And then that's my comment. So you miss that opportunity to develop more on the ground floor, and then the connectivities in between buildings on the maybe on the roof. Can you see the roof plan?
I don't have the roof plan, but I can show
the
you.
3D axonometric.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because well, on our current situation, this is such a big roof you have there. If you can make use that as your extension of your public space for the residents, for the residents. So let's say your ground floor is for the public, semi-public, and then rooftop for the residents. It's going to be interesting instead of just this is just, it looks like just regular mid-rise housing. Okay, that's my comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. You've chosen a building type that's it's loaded with history. What's your name, Macy?
Macy.
Macy. You've chosen a project that probably couldn't be more important in the history of architecture, in terms of, Corbusier, Wright, everybody wanted to create a mixed-use housing typology that would change the world, that would change the way people live, that move people from romantic art and craft society into industrial society, create a new society. There's such a loaded history of over 100 years, Macy, but your project is presented in the most middle of the road and generic way. I think I'm being honest. I want to be honest with you. You are a very competent architect. You have all the right drawings. It looks like, you've done your homework, section plans and everything, but it's missing life, Macy.
Okay.
It's missing brave taking a chance. And I want to comment on that. I want you to have more fun. I want you to take chances, especially with a program like this. It can't be generic, because we already have generic building types like this all throughout Jakarta, Indonesia, Thailand. It's just basic commercial apartments, mid-rise. So how do you begin from this? I think this is an amazing accomplishment that you made to the finals, but this isn't the end of your career. This is just the beginning. So I want to leave you with questions with this. How is this very specific to that very street corner in what city is this?
Tangerang.
Tangerang. There has to be such a specific condition that would make this housing so unique that it can't be anywhere else in the world. It has to have a space that nowhere else in the world would have this. It has to have a room type that nowhere else in the world could be like this. We can't just point to this and say, oh, that's generic. I see that in Thailand. I see that everywhere. And again, it comes back to you being the good student and you do every single drawing. For me, the best drawing you did was probably the easiest drawing to do, but had the most emotion. It's the drawing in the upper left-hand corner of your section.
Upper left. Oh, that's from...
Yes. This is by far your best drawing of this project. Your 3D renderings take all the life out of your project, but this has full of life. I start to see street culture in your city in this drawing. I start to see glimpses of interesting sections and spaces and balconies and sub-basements where interaction between life that's very unique happens here. So I'm not going to get into specific details, but I hope you know what I'm talking about.
I would like to say that this drawings is now mine. It's
Uh-oh.
based on the analysis. I'm really sorry.
But no matter.
Yeah.
It's a lesson for you, Macy, right?
Yeah.
I want to be honest with you, and I think you're a very competent designer. You have all the skills, but you need to go out and get drunk, have fun, and take chances, because that's what architecture is. It isn't about work and labor. It's about having fun and taking chances and seeing the fun and wonderful thing around you and making it special for your project.
Yeah, you're still far from reality, so don't go there yet. So have fun with the bold intervention, with your design intervention, I think.
So the first question about neighborhood, I would even ask, it has to be about your neighborhood or the neighborhood on this street corner. It can't be about a generic neighborhood anywhere in the world, because that's how it becomes a generic project, when it doesn't become specific. Like maybe your neighborhood has a lot of stray dogs, or it has, specific types of trees, or it has a certain cafe corner that's very important. So these specific things need to be pulled into your project so it becomes special, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry for the time. Participant number 51 has run out, so we're going to proceed to the next finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 9 pada kategori Environmental Studies yang berjudul Kantor Sewa dengan Pendekatan Arsitektur Hijau di Jakarta Barat, dipersilahkan. Alright, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. And to all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
I hope Macy doesn't take my comment seriously and goes out to get drunk. Her parents will be very mad at me. That's not what I meant. Metaphorically.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I think I go first, right? Okay. Okay. My comment for number 9, I have 5 comments, very technical one. It seems that the project inviting all the technical comments. Have to say that the podium design is very interesting, creating an open public green space, very inviting and very fresh looking triangular plaza with also some different levels. It's very, very interesting to see how it goes. We rarely seen this kind of opening in our Jakarta urban space, because most skyscrapers are like very isolated island of workspaces. With this kind of very good elaboration of all sides of the area is very interesting. It seems that this orientates mostly towards the front, which where all the infrastructure of transportation are located. And imperative that the project refers to green architecture whatsoever, with west and east lining of the main tower is, of course, expected, not something that is can be considered as a novelty. But how the green concept here is not so well developed. And also have to comment that the use of the open core system, or whatever you call it, that the stack effect ventilation, I don't think it will work. It's probably only work the wind tunnel effect, which is very dangerous actually for the people hanging around in the balcony on the top floors, because the wind will be very, very hard and probably will drag people out of the building. That's probably something that you should be really, really take a close look, probably using the off-the-shelf software for the wind tunnel simulation, and also probably using Ecotech to really back up your story of the design. That's actually my comment. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Mungkin maksudnya pertanyaannya bagaimana konsepnya itu strategi dari konsep bangunan ini ya Pak?
Enggak sih sebenarnya. Jadi banyak klaim yang menurut saya itu masih harus dibuktikan, paling tidak di simulasi. Dibuktikan benar atau tidak kita kan tidak tahu, dan tidak dalam skala tugas akhir untuk membuktikan itu. Tapi paling tidak banyak sekali konsep yang seperti misalnya solar panel ada di sisi barat dan timur, itu sebenarnya itu bukan penempatan yang paling efisien buat solar panel. Karena solar panel itu meskipun dia menjawab kebutuhan mengenai energi yang tidak mengambil energi dari grid gitu, tapi menciptakan energi sendiri, tapi harus juga diekspresikan, harus diwujudkan dalam dalam strategi yang paling efisien. Jadi solar panel itu paling efektif memang ditempatkan di daerah yang bukan cuma menjawab melindungi bangunan dari exposure matahari di barat dan timur, tapi juga solar panel itu harus dipertimbangkan supaya bekerja secara efektif. Kalau solar panel hanya bekerja dari pagi hari aja atau cuma sore hari aja, itu mengurangi kesempatan solar panel itu menghasilkan 100% dari apa yang mereka solar panel itu bisa hasilkan gitu. Kalau cuma melindungi bangunan dari matahari barat yang panas gitu, taruh solar panel aja, itu sebenarnya kayak semacam apa ya, justification of the form that you created gitu. It's not really answer the basic, not really developing a thorough thinking about how a skyscraper, green skyscraper should be. Sebenarnya ke arah situ sih. Silakan mungkin bisa ditanggapi.
Ya, terima kasih. Mungkin konsep pertama yang saya buat itu kan bangunan yang tipis gitu, di mana orientasi dari masa bangunan si tower ini dengan mengaplikasikan penerapan si panel suryanya memang membuat bangunan ini jadi beda. Biasanya kan biasanya kan hanya ada di rooftop, cuman ini saya buat di sisi bangunan, sisi timur barat yang terkena sinar matahari, gitu, Pak.
Oke. Sebenarnya yang saya bicarakan bukan cuma sekedar soal panel sih, tapi lebih ke arah keseluruhan ekspresi bangunannya. Tapi oke lah, nggak apa-apa. Terima kasih. Cuma paling itu aja yang stack effect ventilation itu, I don't think it work. Karena stack effect ventilation itu sebenarnya kan memanfaatkan udara panas yang ada di ruangan yang ingin didinginkan dengan memberikan saluran ke atas supaya dia bisa dibawa oleh angin yang dengan bahkan angin sekecil apapun gitu. But I don't think that stack effect ventilation will work in this kind of setting in a building gitu. I might be wrong, but most likely from my experience that wind tunnel effect is most likely to happen here.
Should I go? Okay.
Go ahead.
Similarly to the last project, you've chosen a building type that is, it's a common building type, right? There are a lot of projects that a lot of students, a lot of professionals focus on the skyscraper because it's a very interesting typology. Now, if you were a student, an A project would be a project where you research the newest trends, the newest technologies, you apply them sufficiently, and you create a building that's very competent, right? But if you're gonna win this award, you can't do that. If you're gonna win this award, you have to present something that is almost contradictory to the standard. You won't be able to present this building that it incorporates this technology that is the newest and this other technology that the best has done, and I'm doing it in my own building. Your project, you have to be able to answer me, how is this size skyscraper different than any other skyscraper in the world? To a point where it almost challenges existing technologies, maybe because of our tropical location, because of our urban infrastructure, maybe because of social reasons. But you need to convince me that this is unique here and nowhere else in the world. Even if you don't have a technical solution for it, that doesn't matter. I don't need for you to give me a technical solution, but I need for you to challenge the existing typology. I want you to flip the norm. Go.
Mungkin dari bagaimana saya memstrategikan bangunan saya ini seperti konsep energi dengan panel surya, terus konsep green, di mana konsepnya yaitu mentransformasikan bentuk bangunannya dengan mengintegrasikan jalur seperti jalur sepeda, membuat resapan air, memasukkan potensi gitu seperti.
Mas mau membantu tadi. Maksud pertanyaannya seperti ini. Bagaimana Mas dapat membuktikan bahwa skyscraper ini berbeda dengan skyscraper lainnya di dunia? Mungkin lebih ke authenticity-nya ini, Mas bagaimana gitu? Ya, cara Mas apa yang berbeda dari desain Mas dengan yang lainnya gitu? Apakah ada hal-hal di Mas mengkontekstual sekitar Mas bagaimana gitu ya Mas? Ada seperti itu. Mungkin membantu.
Mungkin yang tadi saya sebutkan itu kan misalkan desain saya yang berbeda itu seperti panel surya yang biasanya ada di rooftop, tapi saya buat di sisi bangunan sinar matahari dari sisi barat dan timur. Terus saya membuat bangunan ini menjadikan konsep yang green gitu. Seperti 4 konsep yang pertama saya buat itu menjadikan desain kantor yang memang bukan yang konvensional, tapi yang emang menciptakan suasana yang kompleks dan compact serta bersinergi dengan urban lifestyle. Terus dari strategi desain saya ini itu dengan menerapkan konsep-konsep seperti green, konsep energi, dan konsep air, serta pencahayaan alami dan penghawaan alami. Mungkin bedanya yaitu dari penghawaan alami memaksimalkan koridor airwell stack effect yang mencegah dan meninggikan bangunan secara fasid, di mana bangunan ini memanfaatkan void dan area deck untuk sehingga ruang-ruang publik seperti lift, lobby, koridor hanya menggunakan penghawaan alami. Seperti itu.
Okay, I would like to add on Pak Chat and Pak Setiadi that can we see your plan, your typical plan? Okay, basically, your typical plans. Denah tipikal, denah lantai. Ya, boleh.
Tower, yeah, show the tower.
Nah, ya. Jadi, so basically what Pak Chat and Pak Setiat di Sopandi was mentioned is this is a typical office building with a new new intervention from your side is you have a open corridor with I mean fresh air going through from the west to east side. It can be work, but you have to think how to reduce the power of the air going through the corridor. If it's not, then it's going to create what do you call it, a turbulence. So it's yeah, you need to reconsider that. And then the question is, if let's say the clients don't have money to have all this technology that you mentioned about the solar panel, is this building going to work or no? Thank you.
Yeah, but the problem with this building core, it doesn't work. Meaning, the vertical core, the vertical voids and the horizontal voids don't work. Meaning, he created the building into two portions, this portion and this portion, but he put the core that is a blockage in the middle. I mean, if you were going to, you created this building shape where it's two sides, right? A north and a south side. I expected that this to be a very transparent or through traffic. And I thought that you were going to put the elevator core here or here so that this becomes a wind corridor. But instead you block it with the circulation core and you create this other vertical core that again doesn't work. So the plan and the section are fighting with each other to me because of this guy.
Because of this project is the main concentration is the low energy, right? So it's your building facing north. You have more glass on the north, which actually the hottest part of the building is on the north, because our location, this part of your project is just below the equator. So in the morning up to the from sunrise to sunset, it will expose to the sun. So the hottest part of your building is on the north, while it's all glass. So yeah, my question is, if let's say the client don't have the money, so they need to reduce the budget, this building is going to work?
Mengenai cost-nya ya Pak?
Nggak, bukan. Jadi kalau misalnya kliennya tidak punya uang nih buat naruh fotovoltaik atau segala macam, bangunan kamu work nggak? Maksudnya oke nggak?
Pak Haji, I don't think even he put the solar panels on all the sides. You're mentioning about the north part of the facade. it's not covered by solar panels at all. It's just yeah,
Yes,
it's glass curtain wall.
Ya berarti ya, di utara itu kemungkinan harus double low E glass gitu ya. Nah, pertanyaannya kalau misalnya itu work nggak kira-kira tuh? Itu mungkin yang harus dijawab ketika mendesain gitu ya. Karena it's the context. So Mr. Chat was mentioned about this, the context of the building is in Indonesia. So it's not. I mean, because it's you are still students, so it's your time to just explore wild ideas, not just a very it's typical office building. And it's
But I think there are a lot of interesting points in here. I think the problem with you, as with a lot of professional offices as well, is we have, you know, there's this trend of trying to be sustainable and green. So everybody goes through the entire checklist. Okay, I have to have vertical green. I have to have voids. I have to have, you know, a sufficient air cooling system. You have to, I mean, it feels like a checklist that everybody has to go through the checklist.
Yeah.
So in the end, it becomes a very generic building, right?
Yeah.
But to me, if you just choose one or two things and not worry about everything else and just really become an expert, what struck me with this building is when I first saw the form, it looked like two buildings that had a crack in the middle. And I thought that that in itself was an interesting form that allows through ventilation.
Yeah.
So I feel like you can throw some of the stuff out because I feel like this sustainability movement, this green movement, is a lot of it is BS. There's a checklist of stuff that you do.
Yeah.
For example, the vertical green wall is the biggest, you know, failure in the world where I've never seen it work.
Yeah.
I've never seen it work.
Yeah.
Everything dies and you have to replace it. You go to Singapore and it's full of dead plants.
Yeah.
I don't know how Woha does it. I haven't asked Richard, but it
must be very expensive. Yeah.
It must be very expensive and labor intensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my comment to you is to support your career. If you really love skyscrapers, be very critical of the existing movement in skyscrapers. Forge your own path. Instead of kind of taking in all the requirements, I want you to spend from this day forward questioning all the sustainability requirements that they ask you to do and see if they really work, right? This could be a beautiful start to an interesting focus in your career.
Yeah, I have to comment on that actually. I think the most green buildings that we ever built entirely in the history of modern architecture is actually the ones that built in the 50s and the 60s. Some of the experiments by the architects who has no access to air conditioning are actually building their buildings more friendly to the environment, whether it is in the tropical area or in the subtropical area. There's a lot of books on that. Actually, the last one I was just bought it is about the building without air conditioning. I forgot the title actually, but by masters of the modern movements before the invention, before they use air conditioning, before the war. Actually, they built the very nice buildings that is actually actively engaging this so-called passive cooling or passive retaining of the heat inside the spaces. They're much more interesting rather than the ones that we call as green architecture at these days. So actually the answer lies in what we deploy in the 50s and 60s in terms of building science. There's a lot of things that have no longer been taught to architecture students, like the solar chart. We just receive it in the form of softwares that we don't know how to operate it in the first place. We just have it uploaded into the computer and have it simulated. We don't know the process. And the result is we don't know how we respond to particular problems of the environment. So we don't know how to react, how to place our openings, how we put our building mass according to the orientation of the sun, things like that. Probably you should read more about the building science. In my era, it was called as a module for building physics. Rarely we
Right.
don't teach that anymore.
But lastly, I mean, there are local building models. Like in Thailand, we go to a resort town called Hua Hin, just an hour away from here. And there are all these high-rise towers that don't employ air conditioning, designed by no-name architects. But they have these voids that you have, but each condominium room has a slat door, a screen door, and so that wind blows through their front apartment door through the balcony. It's just as simple as that. And that in itself reduces the force of the wind, vertical wind, by letting it leak out each floor through the apartments. So it's very simple local models that you can look at. I feel like technology, don't look at local case studies as well. I'm sure there are great passive cooling mid to high rise in Indonesia that nobody's ever heard of, but are really effective as well.
Right.
Yeah, and I think it will answer this. It answers the current situation where most of the COVID-19 happen in the post office.
Yes. Okay, I think that's it. We spent a lot of time. Our MC is getting antsy.
All right, there was a very constructive and very helpful comment coming from our jury. But sadly, the time for participant number 9 has run out. So we're going to proceed to the next finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 42 pada kategori Environmental Studies yang berjudul Vertical Housing and Market with Hedonistic Sustainability Approach, Green Venture. Dipersilahkan. Baik, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
Haji.
Okay, can I see your ground floor plan, please? Okay, I read that this is the original site have a traditional market, if I'm not mistaken. Is it?
Yes, it is.
So you're trying to design the new market from one floor, or AGA is all market? Okay.
Yes, it is a market.
Market semua, all wet market.
Yeah.
And see on your 3D, there's the. Can I see your 3D? Which one is the market? The front building. The perspective, is it?
Ini untuk marketnya.
Two story.
Ini untuk marketnya, Pak. Ini aksonometrinya.
Okay, it's really beautiful renderings, but my question is, how are you going to maintain the facade with the green productive facade?
Can I answer now?
Yes.
So the management system is held by three staff. Basically, it is called production supervisor. The second one is operational staff, and the third is seller, also as farmer. Jadi maaf ya Pak, saya jawabnya campur. Jadi production supervisor itu untuk yang mengurusi masalah manajemen tanamannya. Kalau misalkan farmer sekaligus sellernya itu membutuhkan bantuan untuk manajemen otomatisasi tanamannya. Lalu ada operational staff biasanya untuk mengurusi teknikal kayak hal-hal teknis air atau nutrisi untuk tanamannya. Lalu yang ketiga sellernya yang juga sebagai farmernya sendiri. Begitu Pak. Kalau untuk yang market seperti itu, kalau untuk yang housing, jadi tiap hidroponik itu di manage oleh penghuni unitnya sendiri. Begitu.
Okay, maybe Pak Setiadi can answer. This is quite lovely.
Okay. I actually gave my comments in the chat box as usual, three questions. Tapi saya sebenarnya cuma pengen, I'll just raise one question while the three are given to the finalists. I just want to know about whether each occupant is expected by you, by the finalists, to be responsible for one hydroponic wall that is on actually on the front side of the unit, and how that justify the bagaimana nanti si occupant, si pemilik unit itu memanfaatkannya. Apakah memang mereka harus bercocok tanam, kalau enggak mereka dikeluarkan, di kick out dari unitnya gitu, dan bagaimana kalau mereka misalnya ya seberapa banyak, how much vegetables that the occupants can produce in such very tiny unit, one hydroponic wall, and how that compared to just make it like open balcony for planting vegetables. Do you have numbers of calculation on that? Silakan dijawab.
Jadi sebenarnya bangunan ini tuh saya bagi dalam desain strategi. Jadi ada 3 fase. Jadi fase yang pertama itu ketika unit tinggalnya itu ditinggali oleh orang yang sama sekali belum mengenal tentang hidroponik. Dari situ dia menyewa unit yang mungkin belum ada sistem untuk tanaman di fasadnya. Nah, setelah itu, nanti ketika dia sudah belajar tentang hidroponik, dia bisa mulai kegiatan bercocok tanam itu dari fasad yang kecil, yaitu fasad di area area basahnya. Lalu setelah dia sudah terbiasa dengan kegiatan urban farming, dia bisa menanam di seluruh fasad unitnya. Nah, untuk tanamannya sendiri itu dipilih berdasarkan daily diet plan-nya si unit pemilik ruangan tersebut. Jadi misalkan dalam daily diet plan-nya dia biasanya makan kangkung atau sawi, kecambah. Nah, itu nanti yang menjadi base tanaman apa yang bisa ditanam di hidroponik atau aquaponiknya itu. Untuk kalkulasinya kurang lebih sama sebenarnya. Jadi untuk di unit housing atau di unit market itu sebenarnya sama. Jadi biasanya untuk tanaman, misalkan kalau saya di sini menggunakan contoh water spinach atau kangkung. Jadi dia first season-nya itu biasanya tumbuh ketika sudah 1 bulan. Nanti dia secara average time dia bakal tumbuh 4-7 hari sekali. Nah, nanti kalau dalam kalkulasi harga itu 15.000 biasanya untuk 1 kilo. Jadi kurang lebih seperti ini kalau untuk perhitungannya. Gitu.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, should I go? Why don't I just make some comments? I think there are a lot of interesting elements in here other than the vertical farm. So like in our office, sometimes, you know, if we have to do a facade, that has to have some ivy or some green area that grows with it, we always say that if all the plants die, will the facade still work? You always have to provide for that. Let's say, so I remember seeing your first, you did 3 perspectives, one with no green, one with little green, and one with full green facade, right?
Yes.
Yes. Can you zoom to the top one? Yes. Zoom into that one. Okay. Just look at this photo. I think it's interesting. Let's say if you had no green growing at all on the facade in the back, what I see is, you know, the plane at this point in time, there's a trend in vertical surfaces for growing green. And to the point where we've forgotten our ground plane. If you go back and look at your master plan, a lot of it is hardscape. If you try to see the potential of how do we use urban groundscape and not make it hardscape and turn it to greenscape, right? It could bring back the idea of agriculture into the plane that is the easiest to grow. I don't know if the jury agrees with me. I think the ground plane is still the easiest place to grow, horizontal, right? So if you your project could be a commentary on the trend of vertical farming. And you could say that, you know what? I say no to vertical farming. It doesn't work, it's expensive, and I want to rediscover the horizontal plane. If you redo your entire, you know, ground plane of the master plan and really, you know, if it's softscape, it actually helps with floods, right? Because of water absorption. If you top it off with concrete, it's, you know, the increase of flooding. If you, can you go back to the perspective I talked about? What's interesting to me in your perspective isn't your vertical wall, but actually your voids. You're making steps that people can actually, it's almost an outdoor stepping terrace that weaves through the building, correct? The wooden parts, right?
Yes, that's true.
And I see those as terrace horizontal planes that could be planted if there's enough sun, right? To me, growing stuff in that void is easier than growing on a vertical surface. Of course, we have to look at the orientation, if it's south side or west side or whatever, but to me, there's something interesting there. And I also like that you've researched into forms such as a local scaffolding in order to bring kind of a local construction into creating interior outdoor space for the market. So I think there's some interesting local inventions and local appropriations of architecture. So congratulations. And I don't feel your strongest point is a vertical farm either.
Can I give my opinion?
Of course.
So, what I concern first is about the future of urban city. As we know, the urban city is lack of public area. So why I don't make or design the farming horizontally is because we lack of area in Jakarta especially, and I try to make the ground mostly possible to be accessible to the public. So,
but you can accessible a garden. Why does it have to be hardscape for people to use it?
Actually,
why can't
there's
public use softscape? You can walk through a garden.
Actually, there's a green landscape here.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's a very modern way of approach where you, okay, this is green, this is where you play, and this is concrete, this is where you walk. But in reality, you can use the ground plane any way you want. You don't have to program it one to one, you know? Even if I say this is all green, it doesn't mean that it's out of bounds for people to walk through. You can do anything you want. You can create a garden that people can hang out in. It doesn't have to be just a productive garden. It could be an occupiable garden. This is the invention of architecture, right? You do things. You don't have to you don't have to accept a box around things that you do because it hasn't been done before. Sorry, I feel it's important to bring this issue up so that you don't operate just within a box or an assumption that you feel that I don't think it's false. There's a false assumption that hardscape is the only public. If anything, a hardscape is the most dead space. It's the hottest. It's the most barren. It's the most lifeless. If you go around in our cities in the Southeast Asia, they're dead spaces, especially without canopy. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I'm going to comment on chat. It's actually true that the open space, barren open space in the cold area is the coldest. You cannot hang out there. And there's a lot of, it's actually interlinked to the last proposal of the housing project as well, interlinked with that. Actually, there's a lot of building types for this kind of social or stacked housing that can be explored. Because of what have you provided here is actually, it's a building of a tower in the park, which is a very old idea. It has been explored over and over again by architects all over the world, and we have already seen the failure points of this kind of planning. And yet you came with the solution of providing green areas, which is actually grassland, which is actually not ecological, by the way.
That's the worst green.
Yeah,
Grass
the
is the worst green.
ever. Yes, actually, yeah.
It needs the most water and it's not productive. You can't eat it. You always have to cut it. I mean, it's the most expensive and wasteful green ever.
Yeah, even worse if you cannot step on it.
Yeah,
right?
you can step on it. You can shit on it.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm saying that basically you've done a lot of good stuff, especially with the market inside and the vertical wall. I want all this to bleed all over your groundscape.
Yeah.
It should be more of what you want to do, but I don't want you to build a box around yourself because the ground plane is ready to be played with.
Yeah.
It's ready. You're ready for a new urban type of farming on the horizontal plane.
Agree.
Yeah. I like your project.
Thank you for the comment, sir.
Except for the vertical wall.
All right, that was a very constructive and again very helpful comment coming from our jury. But sadly, the time for participants number 42 has run out. So we're going to proceed to the next finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 8 pada kategori Social Studies yang berjudul Simpul Bertahan Hidup Jogoyudan, perancangan jalinan jaringan pemukiman Kampung Jogoyudan, Yogyakarta sebagai sistem responsif dengan pendekatan arsitektur survival. Dipersilakan. Kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
I think this one is Pak Chat.
Should I start with this one?
Yeah, it's your almost like your bastard.
Good. I'm going to say something that this is probably out of all the projects, I love the program, the research, the site the most. but it's one of my least favorite designs. Sorry, it has the right, I think it has the right intention, but the execution of it is so monstrous that it's too bastardy. It's scary because there's so much architecture. I mean, I think can I see some of the slides of the research? Because it's basically a river valley, right? It's a
Yes.
flooded river valley. Can you show me some of the the drawings that show the habitations of the houses that are in the dangerous flood area?
Okay. So,
is there a site plan? Site plan of the research area?
also, wait a minute. Is it shown up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically this one is
Yeah.
the site plan and the location is right here.
Right.
Yeah, I pick it up in here because this one is most of the dangerous districts that
Right.
Because of this turning river.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that
yeah,
this
it's
one
completely clear.
Yeah.
You don't need to explain. I think you're very clever. In a project, we have to figure out your own project, create your own question. The idea of having to invent a question, creating a question for a thesis, selecting the right site that when people look at, they say, wow, that's interesting. There's a very clear problem that needs to be solved, and the potential solutions are so exciting. You've perfectly picked, to me, a really interesting site. I don't need to ask you anymore what needs to be done. Basically, you need to save. Your idea is you don't want to kick them out, because local community, if you're able to stay where you are and continue with your life, that's probably the best thing, I think, right?
Yeah.
So to me, that's super clear. And I felt like there was a solution that could have been very simple and very local, which is somehow to elevate the houses or elevate architecture in a way. So the solution is almost childlike in terms of concept, very easy. But I think the problem comes in with your execution. I think there's just too much architecture that it loses. In the end, you don't want to lose its kind of local, small scale community. Do you have a photo of this area? I think you just showed it.
Oh yeah.
How the
in the
house
first slide,
right?
I
Let me see.
I have the. Wait a minute. Sorry, but my laptop is struggling right now.
No problem. I'll keep talking. I think everybody remembers the design. The problem with the design is I would think that the solution would still maintain the village-like quality of this basically community that's in kind of a sensitive natural area. So in my mind, I thought that this solution would have been kind of a light, sustainable, and still have a sense of community solution. Because this is kind of, okay, it's dirty, it's whatever, but it's all low rises. And I feel like the sense of community would be there's something that should be saved here. And I feel like your design is a lot of structure, a lot of man-made concrete structure, infrastructure. And I don't have a problem with the infrastructure, but the language and the heaviness, the infrastructure made this into kind of a heavily built, almost mid-size architectural monster that kind of has lost the character of this community. Would you say that this community, even though it's not high-end community, has some redeeming qualities in terms of its scale and proportion?
Basically, their houses and their communities is still the same scale and the same.
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute.
You can go straight to your design if you want.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'll stop my comments here and
So
while we wait for the
basically, yeah,
slides. Like even your sketches are cute. but when you put it in a 3D model, it turned from cute into like scary.
Okay, so
and then you try to make it cute by putting more balloons in, but it's still scary.
Yeah, but basically the size of the house is still the same, like the existing, but it just rise up, elevate up into the higher level to make them more survive. And the size of this infrastructure is quite big because of the this kampung core is going to be the like bunker for the surviving fire, so that it may it let the communities or inhabitants to survive inside the core, so that I'm thinking about the capacities of the kampung itself or settlement itself. That's why
all of these are great concepts. It can be done in many different ways. That's just my point. This is just one way, and it's overbuilt, I think.
Okay.
I'll let the other jury talk as well.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
But I love your whole program. It's great.
Can I see your plans?
My plans? Wait a minute. This one is basically the
this one.
plan.
Because you mentioned that this is what you call it, survival from the flood.
Yeah.
And then from the fire. So apart from the concept, I like the concept that you're trying to solve the current situation where mostly people who live here are maybe illegal settlements, I don't know, or they don't have any choice to live here because they cannot afford to live other place. Okay, but Pak Chat already said that it's a quite interesting and a very good ideas to propose. But your idea of having a core on this very messy structure, it's dangerous for the residents. For instance, if one of the bridge burned and disconnected other residents from the core, well, it's going to be a problem. So yeah, that's maybe you have to think about when you say that it's a survival from the fire, then you need to really think that what is the fire escape strategy. That it's not just strategy, but it's also the requirement for this kind of a community. That's my comment.
So if so this kampung, the settlement is basically shaped as the prototype, so that there will be some prototype others here, and it will has distance between them, and if this one is having a problem, they can escape to the other prototype, so that and this bridge is going to be dipisahkan, so that the other prototype is not going to be collapsed.
I think it's a problem of top-down design as well, especially in a community like this. You almost want to design a system where the villagers have to help themselves to a certain point. But in this scheme, it seems like 80% is top-down government-built infrastructure, and maybe only 20% do the villagers come and build their houses. I feel like it has to be a self-sustaining system where it isn't top-down, right? Because we know how things work in Southeast Asia. We can't rely on the government to provide us with too much. We have to develop a system where we can help ourselves. So as soon as we assume that this isn't top down, you will have to change your ideas about the construction materials and methods. It may not be all concrete, or it has to be less concrete and has to be less, just less, and more efficient. And when it's less, more efficient, it'll be lighter, easier to build, and just more flexible and modulatable, I think.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, the structure beside of the core is using the modular that can be plugged in and plugged out bamboos. And then for the government itself, I was thinking about they are investing the structure and infrastructure only, but in the future, the perawatan or maintenance going to be the villagers' responsibilities. So that I think the government will lebih menerima ide ini gitu, because of the because of the infestation.
Right.
How about your ground floor? Can we see your ground floor?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's very important, the ground, because it's on a sensitive near.
Yeah, this one is the ground floor, so this one is the old house.
Do you have ground floor plan?
So sorry, I don't have. I just have the isometry.
Yeah.
So that this one is the ground floor under the survival hub kampung, and it's going to be the attractive features for the kampung, for the recreation and for the income itself for the kampung.
Again, this is another entry that it suffers from being built in 3D model, because all the naturalness of it has become blocks because of your 3D tool. Like the ground floor is so important, the vegetation is so important, but it becomes lifeless the way it's built. I feel like it needs to be hand drawn. This drawing, this part.
Because it's quite organic, the design and then the side.
Yeah.
So
Because it's not, it shouldn't be hard terraces like this, even though it's green. It shouldn't it all be kind of a natural landscape, because it's kind of a sensitive ecological area. But because of the software you're using, I think this is where kids nowadays need to look at other ways of representing projects.
Okay.
All right, my turn. I think I just adding whatever Chatpong and also IG had already put out. I already also put 4 comments, but I'm more concerned about your train of thoughts in the presentation. From the beginning is actually the background and the contextual reading, as well as the problem statement and the proposed solution are presented like in jumps. It's like not really connected to each other. And there's the danger of because I think this project is the most complex among all, because it's caters a lot of different dimensions. It also demands your solution in terms of modulation of the structure, of the dimension of the living spaces, and all the technicalities that you want to put in the core of the building. And also there's a lot of things that should be read, that you should explore beforehand before you got into the trouble of having this project as your final thesis. Because there's a lot of romanticizing of the Romo-Mangun's Gondokusuman's settlement that won the Aga Khan Award, which actually has to be read in the larger perspective in terms of history of the settlement itself, because there's a lot of dimension that is not explained in the physical terms. It's not even about architecture anymore. It's about what was then. It was about the architect and priest Romo Mangun to develop the river bed area simply to have the government acknowledge them as a registered citizen of Yogyakarta. And then it flows out into a movement that use architecture and also the development of the area as to get attention from the public and even wider attention from the global community to really take a look at these people that had been neglected by the government. So it's no longer about the architecture, and even the approach itself is not that easily categorized as something that is bottom up or top down or whatever, because the proof of the concept is actually on the doing. It's not about the concept itself. So probably I'm going to put it in Indonesian. Masalah yang utama adalah bukan mengenai apa yang bisa ditempatkan di sana, tapi apa yang bisa kita lakukan dengan apa yang terjadi di sana gitu. Jadi proposal ini akan sangat menarik meskipun dia ditempatkan dalam kategori environmental, tapi
sorry, ini it was the social studies.
Sosial ya, oke.
Yeah.
Tapi ya ini dimensinya sangat luas gitu. Jadi sosial ini memang paling tricky, sorry, bukan environmental.
Yeah.
Ini memang paling tricky. Jadi justru harusnya permasalahannya, contextual readingnya itu harus betul-betul ditempatkan pada diambil, di source, diangkat dari masalah yang memang terjadi di site itu. Bisa jadi yang terjadi di situ berbeda dengan kasusnya yang di site yang dibantu oleh Romo Mangun pada tahun 80-an gitu. Bisa jadi hal yang berbeda yang terjadi di sini. Bisa jadi orang yang bertempat tinggal di sini bukan orang yang kesulitan secara ekonomi, bisa jadi. Bahkan bisa jadi mereka sudah punya sertifikat tanah di situ. Jadi dengan kita tahu bahwa apa yang terjadi di situ, apa status masyarakat yang ada di situ, kita akan bisa memberikan sebuah solusi yang lebih tepat guna dan mungkin lebih applicable buat masyarakat yang lebih luas gitu. Banyak hal yang menjadi semacam parameter yang penting di sini. Jangan-jangan satu parameter berubah, konsep ini menjadi sangat-sangat tidak relevan dengan apa yang ada di situ. Jadi dalam kategori ini ya terpaksa saya harus bicara bahwa social issues-nya itu memang harus digali lebih jauh lagi. Dan betul apa yang dikatakan oleh Chatpong tadi mengenai bagaimana ini harus didekati, apakah secara top down atau bottom up, itu akan sangat tergantung dengan apa yang kita baca dari tapak ini gitu. Di luar dari itu solusinya membuat satu kampung, unit-unit kampung yang lebih kecil, ya bisa jadi saya bisa beranggapan bahwa satu core itu bisa jadi dia memenuhi kebutuhan satu RT misalnya gitu kan.
Iya, satu prototipe satu RT RW gitu.
Iya, itu kan itu secara teknis bisa dijelaskan secara hitungan kapasitasnya seberapa gitu. Tapi sebelum kita menempatkan itu sebagai solusi, bisa jadi ada satu masalah sosial yang bisa jadi diselesaikan atau mungkin bahkan tidak diselesaikan atau menambah masalah gitu. Itu komentar saya. Terima kasih.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. I think my time is up, so I will share the screen.
Not get to decide it.
Okay, thank you very much for the very helpful comment coming from our jury again, but sadly the time for participant number 8 has run out. So we're going to proceed to the next finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 40 pada kategori Social Studies yang berjudul 2040 Communal Hub, Arsitektur dengan Konsep Pemusatan Keterhubungan. Dipersilahkan.
Ya, selamat siang Bapak juri yang terhormat.
Okay.
Saya akan share screen mungkin terlebih dahulu.
I just want to have a quick question. Why 2040? Because what I see, I think the design is like 1980s, not 2040. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can elaborate why this design is 2040 then compared than 1980s.
Apakah sudah terlihat?
Ya, ya.
Suara saya sudah terdengar dengan jelas.
Ya, ya.
Jadi di sini saya membuat proposal bagaimana sebuah communal hub di tahun 2040 ketika Surabaya sudah mempunyai jalur transportasi yang memadai seperti MRT dan tram. Mungkin saya jelaskan di ini. Dari sini saya melihat bagaimana urban context ketika Surabaya di masa depan. Ini saya mengambil dari The World Bank MIT Future Intermodeling Map, dan dari sini terlihat bagaimana persilangan aksis-aksis di Surabaya yang akan memunculkan persilangan aktivitas di masa depan. Dan kemudian saya memperhatikan dalam konteks kawasannya, karena di sini saya akhirnya memilih kawasan monokromo, dan kemudian di sini terdapat bagaimana perbandingan kawasan monokromo di tahun 2020 dan 2040. Di sini saya melihat sirkulasi pattern-nya ketika belum ada integrasi, dan kemudian di bagian sini ketika sudah ada integrasi bangunannya, dan kemudian ketika fungsi bangunannya itu pada masa 2020 itu masih belum menjamur banyak tipe beragam yang muncul, maka kemudian di tahun 2040 karena sudah adanya jalur transportasi yang memadai, maka mulai muncul beragam tipologi bangunan yang bermacam-macam di tahun 2040. Dan di sini saya membuat bagaimana sebuah kota bisa compact dan suatu kawasan bisa memenuhi permasalahannya yang bermacam-macam.
Oke, pertanyaan saya, apa bedanya bangunan ini dengan bangunan tahun 80-an atau tahun mungkin tahun 2000 atau berapa?
Ya.
Karena tugas Anda ini sangat berulang kali menyebutkan ini 2040. Gitu.
Oh, ya.
Inovasinya apa? Inovasi.
Dari sini saya membuat inovasi karena di bangunan saya merupakan basic fungsi-fungsi ruang yang ada di tipologi bangunan yang berbeda. Dari analisa pola yang sudah saya lakukan dari tipologi bangunan yang berbeda, di sini saya menemukan inovasi yang saya lakukan dalam interiornya, seperti DPOD, yaitu untuk pengguna yang hanya datang dengan waktu yang relatif singkat. Kemudian ini adalah retail stores di masa depan. Kemudian berikut adalah tempat makan di masa depan. Dan berikut adalah bagaimana bekerja secara kolektif dengan bantuan AI. Itu untuk interior di dalam bangunannya. Kemudian pada fasad yang di bangunan saya menggunakan smart glass facade, yaitu electrochromic glass, di mana bisa menghemat solar heat gain yang terdapat di Surabaya, dan di situ bisa memperhatikan lingkungan yang aspek lingkungan. Seperti itu.
Oke, Pak Yadi mungkin.
Okay, apart from whatever you can read in my comments, I would like to point out that the strength of this project is actually the basic idea of having a separate infrastructure, a separate building that caters the need of common areas from the nearby buildings. Is that correct?
Ya, jadi maaf Pak.
Enggak, saya cuma mau konfirmasi aja bahwa konsep ini sebenarnya menawarkan sebuah bangunan yang menampung fungsi-fungsi yang sama dari beberapa bangunan yang ada di sekelilingnya. Benar begitu?
Ya, jadi saya mempropos bagaimana jika di masa depan pada tahun 2040 bangunan-bangunan yang ada hanya tinggal fungsi spesifiknya saja seperti stasiun.
Oke.
Ya.
Dan itu dianggap merupakan masalah yang terjadi, tipikal masalah yang terjadi di Surabaya. Itu problem statement-nya kan. Jadi ada bangunan-bangunan dalam satu area yang sebenarnya harusnya bisa dihemat ruangannya dan dioptimalisasi dengan cara membuat bangunan baru yang menjadi hub dari bangunan-bangunan yang ada sekitarnya. Benar begitu?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually that's the strength of this concept. So it requires a plot of unbuilt land, greenfield area, that is nearby functions or buildings that have a variety of functions that can be extracted and be helped by this specific building. Jadi sebenarnya konsep ini kalau misalnya ditempatkan di tempat lain, di kasus yang lain misalnya di kawasan misalnya hunian atau di kawasan industri, konsep ini juga bisa diterapkan begitu kan? Kalau memang dia punya shared atau common facility yang memang bisa digabungkan begitu kan?
Ya, sesuai dengan analisa pola yang dilakukan nanti di setiap kawasan yang ada.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting point, but also the problem. And how do you see the project? Will that be considered as a government driven project, or is something that is government have to collaborate with the private developers or the owners of the building?
So this project is actually a collaboration between the government and the private. So my building can have their own money with this. Sorry, I can showing my interior. So this building is actually, there's a lot of, I call it as a POD, the pod. So that you can put the advertisement so the buildings can have their own money.
Okay. So it's a bit slippery in this category, as always with every architecture studio, because you have to really simulate even your brief, even your client, even how the project will be funded, and how it is funded differently can lead to different kind of architectural expression. If you have a commercial private developer as your client, the expression probably won't be like this at all. It will be packed with a lot of commercial spaces that rented to the tenants. And probably what is dangerous here is probably this is a very slippery assumption that you have to make, but it's very interesting project, I have to say. And probably you have to really dig into your research in terms of whatever the cities, very dense cities like Singapore and also Hong Kong did with their commercial and also public spaces like this, because it's not something that is unique in Indonesia, and it's kind of a universal problem everywhere in the world. But cities like Tokyo with the hyper density, it's not, they do not provide something like this. They don't provide interconnectivity between buildings because they have earthquake problems. It's different case with Singapore and also different case with Hong Kong. They can easily interconnect buildings wherever the government authority can really intervene into the building spaces up in the air even. And yeah, that's also my comment. And yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Setiadi.
You can go on, Pak Chat.
I'm sorry, can I ask, is there any black box in my presentation?
Yes, there are.
Oh, okay, I'm going to minimize. Is it okay?
Yes, it's better.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I like the premise of the project of Basically, there are functions that if we consolidate and combine and use together, we could actually make more efficient use of space. Correct?
Yes, it is
Yeah.
correct.
The problem is when it becomes when you look at the design solution, there's so many solutions, but you've chosen one where I think it's a typical solution. So you take all these functions and you combine it into one building. So my question is, what's the difference between this and a mall, right? Where everything, a lot of different functions, commercial as well, maybe some civic, some public, it's consolidated into a mall and it creates a hub, right? But if you really step back and to see that there are many things that a city will allow you to play with, maybe you think of, if you want to accommodate everything, rather than making one hub that services everything, there could be, 56 minor hubs. Each hub, depending on what program it accommodates, could be separate from, another hub. It doesn't have to be one big building. I think that's why it looks to me like a generic project, because you've chosen kind of just a typical solution where it's just one big architectural node. But if you say that, there are these overlapping functions that we could share, like laundry or childcare, and then if you look in all the neighborhoods and you see abandoned buildings, abandoned rooftops, neglected, spaces, or leftover spaces where you can create value at a smaller scale that could be dispersed more easily in a systematic way. To me, that would be another option rather than making one big building. I think that's my comment right now too, because I still don't understand how you have all these, overlapping things, but you still have the problem of people having to travel to get to this shared. So you've created another dilemma for me, is you've provided all these shared spaces, but I have to travel there. It's not, is it accessible? I mean, is this shared? Are there many nodes in the city where I don't have to travel there and it becomes another space for auto congestion? Do you need a big parking lot? Is there more congestion because of it? It's the big box dilemma. You've created another big piece of architecture that comes with its own negative side effects that may offset the positive side effects. I don't know.
I think that's the issue of having of project. You have to build a building.
Yeah.
You raise the participants here are raising good concerns, but yet they have to deliver it in a very big architecture so they can qualify for a degree. That's a problem with
exactly like in Thailand.
Studios.
Exactly like in
sadly.
Thailand, and that's why we have to fight it.
Exactly.
Because
everywhere.
Because once we teach the kids that only big buildings are valuable enough to be thesis, then we take this idea and develop the city like that. Like, if I have a solution, it has to be a building for it to be valid. That's BS.
Yeah.
That's why our cities are turning to crap. That's right. That's why global warming is happening. That's why there's a discrepancy between rich and poor, because this will turn into a commercial project that benefits all the rich people, right? I mean, or goes into the pockets of the government.
Yeah.
So I know this is a lot for you.
It's okay. Thank you for the suggestion.
Let me tell you, the best projects are ones that raises interesting issues, and we may not even talk about the design. But I don't want you to be sad. You should be the opposite, because a thesis, the best thesis, makes you talk about issues outside of architecture. That's how you empower architecture. So keep an open mind, because your thesis is just the beginning of a starting point of problems, of isolating a problem and seeing new ways to approach it. This isn't the end, this is the beginning. Yeah. Sorry, I spoke too much.
That's okay. Is there any time or I'm sorry if there any time to answer or the time is up?
Have a little time.
Sorry, not your voice. We can hear it.
Really? I can hear it.
Oh, okay.
You can have a short answer. I'd like for you to answer if possible.
I thought.
If the MC allows it.
Yes, you still have 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Jadi mungkin karena di sini saya memproposalkan bagaimana di masa depan suatu kawasan terkompak di dalam kawasan itu, dan kenapa parkirannya sedikit pun itu karena di masa depan tidak terlalu car oriented di sini, karena sudah ada prinsip pedestrian oriented development itu yang membuat parkirannya kecil. Dan kemudian mungkin memang masih karena bangunan saya terlihat sangat masif, itu karena harus mengakomodasi fungsi-fungsi aktivitas di sekitaran lahan saya. Mungkin itu. Mungkin itu saja.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
All right. So sorry for the inconvenience, but the time for participant number 40 has run out, so we're going to proceed to the next finalist. All right. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 44 pada kategori Technical Studies yang berjudul Library Makerspace di Yogyakarta dengan pendekatan sistem osmosis. Dipersilahkan. Baik, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
Sorry, can you hear my voice?
Yes. Can I look at your ground floor plan, please?
Yep, sure. Hold on a second. This one?
Okay. Can you explain to us about the neighborhood? What is on the right, on the left? North, south, east, west.
Wait, hold on a second. I'll be explaining with my
neighbor. Yeah.
How to stop sharing screen? I cannot go outside my slideshow view.
Because your concepts, this osmosis is about neighborhood.
Yep. I'll be explaining with this. Is that okay?
Okay.
So the north side is a kiosk and unused land. As you can see the greenery here. And the west side here is small kiosk too and residential, almost like slums. And then the B part here are all commercials, and the C side here is educational institution. It's a high school building. Sorry.
Okay, can we look at your ground floor?
Yes.
So Can you explain to us why you cut the buildings that direction?
Which direction?
Yeah, all this cut. Is there any reason?
Oh, hold a second. I am doing a zoning. I am doing a zoning analysis for that. So sorry, I need to do this. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I'm trying to make the studio and the library side by side, and sorry, I'm gonna use Indonesian. Dan menyesuaikan bentuk side-nya, so I'm kind of cut it in that axis.
Is there an intention to connect the other side to the other, from north to the south side with that? I mean, connection. Is there any connectivity? Direct connectivity?
Connectivity for the what?
Your ground floor, because well, your idea is about osmosis, and then this the context. You cut the building, the massing. Yeah, your 3D. You can see. Yeah.
This one.
No, yeah, the 3D. Yeah, in such a way that it will connect all the neighboring site with a sort of a pedestrian way. So if it's that's your idea, I think it's nice. Just like a building in Singapore, like the LaSalle. This is the LaSalle school. I think it's or Woha, the one that the art school. I think it's quite nice where they allow people to go to your building and not just go to the library, but they just go through the buildings. Is it possible for them to do that here?
Not in that way, actually. They need to go inside my building for that.
Okay, that's too bad.
Okay, sorry.
That's too bad because, yeah, I think you have the potential to make this building as, you know, the osmosis. So it's the sponge to create movement in this area. And then, well, people can accidentally go to the library, or they purposely go to the library to read or whatever, or they can accidentally go to the library because they go through it and then they see something interesting and then go explore the library. Yeah, I think that you miss that opportunity instead of the, and then the other one is context. Your materiality, how you design the in this area. I'm not sure whether it's in the right context to use this the FTE. That's my comment.
Okay, if I may say, sir, so the osmosis from the outer area of my site is through the glass box here. They can see through this glass box. They can see what's inside, and that is the visual osmosis that I design. And then for the context, I use the Fernet pattern here. Well, apart from my focus on the permeable membrane that I'm trying to mimic here, well, it kind of looks like a batik pattern, the modern one. It's kind of look like the crust wax on the cotton, and I believe that can already wrap up the local context, sir.
Yeah, that's my comment. Maybe Pak Setiadi Sopandi.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I have the same concern with Pak Haji. It's the building itself is pretty much isolated as an island, separated by vehicle way. so it's not connected to the pedestrian areas, while the building placement of the massing itself seems to be potential or even directed in the way that the LaSalle School in Singapore, or even older, the Carpenter Center by Le Corbusier in Harvard, which is actually bringing the flow of pedestrian into the building to let the public see, or to place all the function inside, which actually kind of screaming for attention from the people outside. It's actually not brought up by your design. The half-baked proposal, and even I think from the ground floor, you even place a very big chunk of mass at the end of the short end of the building. So it's kind of block the public space in the middle of the building. So it's kind of beat everything that you are trying to say in the beginning at the concept. So it's contradict. It seems that you underdevelop the idea of the concept and also the massing. So it's said in Indonesia agak disayangkan karena agak kontradiksi dengan massingnya gitu. We haven't even begin with talking about the expression of the building, because it's actually inviting people to come in, but actually you're blocking it in so many ways. Gitu. That's actually my comment. Please, if you want to defend it or put another illustration, probably.
Well, I'm gonna use this picture actually. Well, I know that this building is like too massive and too compact, so I'm trying to use transparent and translucent material to make it light.
Actually, the bad thing is it's not compact at all. It's actually inviting us to expect that your building is actually porous. It can be accessible from all sides.
Okay.
But your design execution actually prevent that for people to enter the building. That's actually the contradiction between the expression of the building and the way you treated the ground floor. That's actually Pak Aji said earlier.
Oh, all right, I understand. I'll show you the. I don't think I have a proper drawing for that, but I have many entrance from. Dari beberapa sisi, dari sisi utara, dari sisi selatan, dan ada entrance dari pinggir-pinggir sini.
Nice, actually. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Ini first floor or second floor?
This is the first floor, sir.
So, yang di tulisannya drop off itu, it is actually a passage or what? Itu.
Jadi ini ground floor, terus yang di drop off ini habis dari drop off dia itu, dia naik ke mezzanine, so dia bisa ngelihat exhibitionnya dari atas seperti itu, terus baru nanti dia turun ke ground floor-nya. Gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya yang entrance dari samping itu, entrance-nya dari samping itu mereka ada yang masuk ke basement, mereka ada yang langsung masuk ke exhibition-nya kayak gitu, karena konsep saya di sini osmosis, jadi saya kayak pengen membuat visitor saya itu masuk ke istilahnya larutan-larutan yang ada di bangunan saya seperti itu.
Okay, still problematic, but okay.
Yeah.
At least you tried. Okay, not that effective, I must say.
I know.
But you tried. At some point, you are still consistent about that. Okay, thank you.
Do you have upper level plan?
Sorry?
Upper level, second floor, third floor plan?
Oh yeah, I have.
I just want to see what's up there because it's a huge building.
This is the second floor above the mezzanine, and this is the last floor, the third floor. Yeah.
All right. I like the program of the library plus the makerspace. I think it's very contemporary, and it actually attaches an X program to a library that I feel like I've there are a lot of library projects that students have done in Thailand and all over, where the students say the library needs to change. We don't read books anymore. Everything's digital. So it needs to kind of be updated. And I think the idea of the makerspace, to combine kind of a more active program with what the kids say is a passive and boring program of library. I think that's interesting. It's a young generation way of combining programs. It's interesting. I also like that you cited that there's a conflict in the program because the library reading is actually a quiet program where the makerspace can actually be a noisy program. And in that case, there's a void in the middle to be a buffer zone. I think those are very good ways to set up interesting combinations of programs. But the problem is your project didn't develop beyond a diagrammatic level, and it's reflected in the floor plans and in the massing. Because if you started to research more about, if I have a makerspace, then maybe it's a specific type of library that I do, right? This may not be a civic library where you have the world literature, political science. It may only house design books, I don't know, or issues related to makerspace. Did you have that in mind? Or is it a library, a public library with every type of book?
Actually, for the thematic library, I designed it for the what is it, STEM books. What does STEM stand for? Science, technology. Yeah.
So it's not a general public library with every type of book. It's specific to science and technology and maybe craft, correct?
For the thematic library, yes, sir. But for the library chamber, no, sir. It's for every books that all can be there. The upper floor, this floor.
Okay. Yeah. But there you haven't drawn any book stacks.
Yes, sir. Oh,
So
I did. I'm sorry.
Let me see your book stacks.
Yep.
Are there real book stacks or imaginary book stacks?
Here,
These are
sir.
imaginary book stacks, my friend.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
Because if you really look at library layouts, it's very complicated with check-in, check-out, rare books, back of house storage. There's a lot of technical stuff that goes into libraries, but that will actually guide you to design large or small spaces, inaccessible spaces, public spaces. So right now I can't comment because it's a very diagrammatic thing. They're just boxes, as well as the makerspace, right? You have to be very specific about the makerspace. If you have woodworking as well as or metalsmithing or leather making or textiles, it's a completely different type of studio, right?
Yes, sir.
Some studios need a real drop-off for trucks and delivery. All these little details actually will go into transforming your very pure forms into very unpure forms. So I can only comment on this at a diagrammatic level because it hasn't gone beyond. I like the diagram, but this is just empty boxes where you're just putting rectangles in. So it's not a real library and it's not a real makerspace yet. And as soon as you start to understand the different components of library and makerspace, then you can address the other jurors' comments because there are certain parts of the shop that can open to the public, but there are certain parts of the shop that needs to be hermetically sealed. It may not be safe, so it has to be back of house, as well as the library. There are certain parts of the libraries where you can create public accessible, but if you have a in-house where you have to check out the books, then you can't let the public in without a credit card, without a card. Or is there a digital portion that's more public accessible? If there is, you may put that down on the ground floor so that it becomes a neighborhood gallery. And the gap in the middle, I think it should be a completely through space that has ventilation and the city can actually bleed into. So yeah, so it becomes a part of the city. So that's my comment. I think you need to go into detail and research more regarding library and makerspace.
All right, sir.
And exhibition, because again, whatever you create in the makerspace, the scale of the product will determine the exhibition program and space as well. You're not going to have large exhibition structures like this unless you say it's another program, which is an art museum, which is a whole nother way. That's a whole nother mess. It's a different program with different requirements. So you need to do more homework in terms of your programs.
All right.
Yeah.
All
That's
right. Thank you for the very helpful
Thank
comment coming from our jury. So for the participant number 44 has run out, so we're going to proceed to the last but not least finalist. Selanjutnya, peserta KTA 2020 nomor 61 pada kategori Technical Studies yang berjudul Stadion Sepak Bola di Surabaya. Dipersilahkan. Baik, kepada para dewan juri, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. To all the honorable jury, the time is yours.
Going first. Can we see the site plan, please? Yeah, that one, site plan.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, this is the sports complex. Yeah, part of the sports complex.
Yes.
Part of the big sports complex area. Well, I like the ideas of get into new programs of inside this typical sports stadium where you have a bikeway going up to the ramp up to the third floor, if I'm not mistaken, and then you have a lot of programs there. Can you show to us if that bikeway or the bicycle lane is connect to the other facilities on your area?
Oh, okay.
Or is it just a circle around inside your buildings?
So this is the diagram of the length of the bike touring. So it starts on second floor and then finish at photo point on third floor. So it's hoped that many tourists will come to the stadium, and then for the quick access, I provide the bike lane, and then the bike lane is passing through the interactive game area and then sport library. So it's hoped that after cycling, they will come into the other facilities.
Okay, and can we look at the site plan again, please? It's a very large area. how about your green ratio for this area? I mean, how many percent that you provide for the green area for your stadium?
Oh,
Because what we see, all concrete and asphalt and just a lot of just small patches of green.
so the green area is 20%, 21%, and why it's not very mengapa tidak banyak green areanya di sekitar, karena lebih fokus untuk dipakai sebagai sport park, seperti berlari mungkin, atau untuk kegiatan olahraga sehari-hari, bersepeda, seperti itu.
Yeah, but then the question is, it's in Surabaya, right?
Yes.
In some cases, it's hotter than Jakarta. So I don't think that, well, in Jakarta, we have Gelora Bung Karno, which has a very large area of greens and very large trees that in this area, in your on your designs, all just plain. So it's that things you need to reconsider how your strategy of invite people to use your space. So it's not just provide bike lane, but a comfortable space, safe, and also accessible. I think it's quite important for a public buildings this way. Thank you.
Kalau menurut saya dari bentuk bangunannya, saya buat membesar ke atas itu juga karena memikirkan akan ada area di bawahnya seperti itu.
Ya, tapi tidak menjawab. Karena tetap panas. Kan larinya kan tidak hanya di bawah stadion ya.
Yeah.
That's my concern, the green area.
Okay, me next. Okay. Overall, I like the idea. I like the bold concept of integrating the open spaces inside the stadium, around the stadium, below the stadium, on top of stadium. In and out is very dynamic. It's very commendable in that area, and also structurally, it's kind of interesting. I just need to point out probably a potential conflict, or even the conflict that you already aware of, is the conflict of an integration of the structures from the roof up to the columns, up to the lower structure of the elements that surround the building. The curtain, it's not curtain actually, it's claddings, the columns that give the stadium the form, the final expression of the form. I think it's potentially can be developed as a structure, formal integration of the roof, the columns, and also all the elements. But somehow you conflicted with the public areas that elevated. So you probably, I'm trying to guess whatever you had when you designing the building, and I think you have a conflict between having the integration of the structure and the form from the top to the bottom, and it collides with how you want to preserve the open space at the upper part of the building. So you have the structures disrupted at some points. Can I see your 3D from the exterior? Because some of the areas are you interrupted the columns and you put an arch, a very big arch, to transfer as a transfer beam. Okay, now number 8, I think. Yes. That and also the other one. I'm going to say it in Indonesia. Jadi si kolom yang dari atas itu di beberapa titik dia harus belok dan dia menjadi kanopi. Ada yang juga dia harus di stop dan dia harus ditopang oleh busur begitu ya.
Ya. Nah itu mengapa kolomnya saya buat rapat-rapat itu juga menjadi salah satu faktornya juga. Jadi supaya bekerja struktur bangunannya ini secara keseluruhan gitu.
Iya, betul. Cuma integrasinya dari mulai atap, kolom sampai ke bawah itu sebenarnya sesuatu yang bisa dipertahankan. It's worth preserving gitu. Tapi di beberapa titik saya melihat itu jadi problem. Mungkin saya bikin sketsa seperti ini, saya interpretasi dari kamu. Bisa melihat. Jadi ada problem di mana Indonesia itu ketemu dengan kolom gitu. Jadi bisa jadi itu adalah masalah. Saya mencoba melihat masalah kamu waktu merancang ini gitu. Sebenarnya itu sesuatu yang bisa dihindari atau mungkin sesuatu yang menjadi apa ya? Membuat si open space yang di atas itu menjadi lebih dinamik. Tapi entah kenapa itu saya melihatnya agak terganggu aja, agak kayak apa ya? It's like there's too many intervention because of too many conflicts because of the contradiction between the structural form and also the area. But the form and the function itself, it's maintained actually. But the collateral damage is the structural and formal integration of the columns. Itu sesuatu yang sebenarnya masih bisa dikembangkan lebih jauh. Just my comment, just my 2 cents, something that is bothering my mind when I see the bold concept of the integrating public space into the building. Thank you. Very interesting.
Terima kasih masukannya.
Okay, can we go back to, I guess, the site plan again? Yeah, I have some questions because I tried to go through the video because of the labels in different languages. My first question is, you like football? You must like football.
Yes, I like sport.
You like sports, right? Okay, so my next question is, so you like it to the point where you actually want to do a thesis on your football stadium. And how do you see this stadium different from all the other global stadiums around the world? How is it unique, and how does it maybe is transformed because it's in Surabaya? And so in that sense, how do the people in Surabaya interact differently in this football stadium other than anywhere else in the world? So it could be a recap, and you can mention again all the programs surrounding it that you think make it unique and different from other stadiums.
So this is a stadium of Surabaya. So I want to show the characteristic of Surabaya, which is hero city. And then I have several support facilities.
Hold on, can you just comment on the site plan? The site plan itself that you're showing right now.
Okay.
Like A, B, H, G, F, I want to know what these programs are because I didn't know. No, go back to the site plan slide that you just showed. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay, I see it now. Okay. So there are other various, there are tennis courts. Can you zoom out? I want to see what the labels are of stadium tennis, and because all these are in different languages. I didn't know what they were. Like, what are some programs? I want to, it seemed like the jury was interested in the programs around here. I don't know what they are.
Maybe I put it in English.
No. Just go back to the same slide.
Oh, okay.
Go back to the same slide. Just tell me what A is, B is.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
just tell me what the programs are.
Yes. So in this area is other field like tennis. And then
track.
And then indoor stadium.
Okay.
And then this is commercial.
Commercial. And what's the
And
road
then
slicing through that? Is there a rail that slices through that? The diagonal double line?
yes,
Yeah, what is
this is
that?
the yes. This
Is
is
that
the
a
road.
road? It's a road.
Yes,
Existing?
yes. Yes, it's actually is planning.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. What's F?
And then this is the residential area low rise.
F is the parking lot.
Parking lot. And so H, G, and F, what is that?
All
This is
parking lot.
Parking lot. Yeah, this is parking lot.
And then you created landscaping of L, M, and N, K. Okay. I'm basically trying to ask you how this football stadium is different. So now I'm starting to understand that it's not a football stadium, it's a sports complex. Almost, correct?
Yeah, but I focus just in the A area.
Yeah, but I see it as a sports complex. I know you focus on it, but I'm just trying to comment on what you've done. I'm trying to figure out how this is different from other football stadiums throughout the world, or else I don't know what to talk about, right? Because I don't want to talk about the structural issue because the jury has already talked about that. I want to see how, one, a football stadium ignites community. Well, of course, it allows people to watch football, but it also is a very important civic element, right? It creates income for the entire city, for entire country, but it also creates activity for Surabaya. So it's an agent of life, of kind of public life. So I'm trying to figure out, so it's not only football, but it's also sports as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little unsure as to how to comment on this because I need to know how this is different.
Yeah, so
Actually, it's comparable to what we have in Jakarta and Gelora Bung Karno because we have a similar concern, and also our colleague who redesigned the Gelora Bung Karno in Jakarta also have the same concern and also have a similar idea of putting the public spaces into the stadium actually. So this is I think it's a good exercise for that.
You mean into the stadium complex, but not
the stadium complex? Yes, it's also the way of integrating all the different functions and also spaces in the sports complex. So as a sports complex, to have the public activity into the stadium is a bold thing to do, and also some kind of thing that probably some of the architects here, our colleagues, trying to exercise with. So probably our finalist here is very well aware about that thing which is going on at the moment.
Yeah, so I think that's the strength of the project, but I feel like the presentation was emphasized the football stadium. There's only so much you can talk about in terms of football
Actually,
stadium.
yes, you're right.
In the end, it's a structural exercise. It's not a complex building, but it has complex structural systems. And usually when I comment on when I sat on juries on football stadiums, it's really about two things. It's really about structure, and it's really about iconography. Because a football stadium is an icon for the city, for the team, almost like Bilbao was for
the crown.
So I don't know how to comment. I mean, I could comment on it as, as a sports complex, but again, if it's already been done, then what new thing are you bringing to this? I don't know what the new thing you're bringing to this is. Can you answer that question?
In my opinion, my facilities inside this stadium is we cannot find in other place.
What can't you find in other places? What's so different about this stadium?
In the stadium, it have like sport library with interactive game area, and then bike lane, and then I have a toy garden inside. So it's feel more like recreative and have interesting nuance.
Okay. 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 Got it. I think, I mean, the way explaining this, I think you could actually present your project in a way that's interesting, that somehow it's a part of the city. You know, it's not only a football stadium. You shouldn't just emphasize the football stadium. You should emphasize that it's one component of creating this sports city that creates an opportunity for new life for Surabaya. For example, maybe there's a way where the bike lane allows you to watch football without having to pay, so that, you know, it could be football for the general public who don't have money, and it becomes not only an exclusive, only pay activity, but some parts you can actually steal a viewing if you're biking through. I mean, that's, to me, that's how it could become different from a typical stadium as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think with my knowledge, because I was familiar, and also Pak Aji here also familiar with what our colleagues did with the stadium complex in Jakarta recently, is actually trying to, a group of architects working on renovating all of the 60s stadium complex in Jakarta, and they agree on putting more life into the stadium, because it's almost empty apart from the games there. So they're trying to make the facilities lively for the people by introducing public spaces into the building itself. Not always work, because it failed for the stadium because it's not approved. But the idea was there, and we are familiar with it, and it's and probably circulate among the students to have the public activities inside the building will actually very, very protected and very, very barriered between the inside and the outside. So yes, to make it lively during, not in the time of match, it's something that is being tried here by our finalists.
Yeah,
You're right.
For this context, my input, I think this one can be very great if all your parking lot you change into a green area. So you can go for whatever outdoor skate park or just farm, sawah or whatever. So just take out all those car park and just put it underground or whatever. Change it to green, and then it's
it's very comparable to the one in Jakarta actually. It's you guys have got rid all the parking spaces into somewhere else, right? And surround the main stadium with green areas.
Or just make a multi-story car park somewhere, just change all the FGH into green.
That's very good actually. One of among very good moves in for the Asian Games.
Yeah. So Patricia, I think you should, let me have one last comment. I think it'll help Patricia, because hopefully all theses lead to something in the future that's related. You know, you're an athlete, I'm sure. You like sports, and hopefully maybe you'll do a stadium in the future. So I think you need to reference this project, go back and really research. And next time you present, you have to show us, especially me, because I'm from America and I don't watch that much football. basketball, American football. But for somebody, you almost have to start with whoever's listening as somebody with no knowledge of your topic. So you almost have to have I feel like I need to know what has been done in the world in terms of football stadiums that is really unique. And once you do that, then you say, but mine is different because I've introduced this, but I'm introducing a new type of life that's associated with football. That's also Surabaya. You almost have to create a story to pull me in. I wasn't pulled in. So what the jury is suggesting is maybe, because of the expansiveness of the complex, there could be a potential it becomes like a park that happens to have a football stadium. So it actually gives back to the city in another ecological way. So that's just another way to present this project. So I feel like it could help in order to create a story to set this apart from other football stadiums, right? Great, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the advice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was some realistic, very constructive, and very helpful comment coming from our jury. And hopefully we all can take note from this event. Dan sangat luar biasa sekali ya karya-karyanya. And that was some very wonderful project and very inspiring for all the participants here, I believe. But sadly, we need to end this session. And informing to all the honorable jury, please enter the guest room.
Okay.
I repeat to all the honorable jury, please enter the guest room. Baik, para hadirin sekalian dapat mengunjungi pameran virtual karya peserta kompetisi tugas akhir 2020 di Behance di link bit.ly/selasarart. Dan juga menginfokan kepada para hadirin semua, sesi pengumuman penghargaan karya terbaik untuk masing-masing kategori akan diumumkan setelah 30 menit. Saya ulangi, sesi pengumuman penghargaan karya terbaik untuk masing-masing kategori akan diumumkan setelah 30 menit. Para hadirin sekalian, sebelum menginjak ke sesi pengumuman akan ada door prize bagi para peserta Zoom Live kompetisi tugas akhir 2020. So stay tuned. Terima kasih. Para hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati, sebelum menginjak ke sesi pengumuman, akan ada door prize bagi para peserta Zoom Live KTA 2020. Akan ada 5 pertanyaan untuk 10 pemenang yang menjawab pertanyaan tercepat di Zoom chat box. Baik, langsung saja ke pertanyaan pertama, yaitu berapa kategori di KTA tahun ini? Baik, apakah pada panitia, apakah sudah dapat pemenangnya?
Sudah. Ada Mas Resal yang menjawab paling awal dengan tepat.
Oke, langsung ya ke pertanyaan kedua nih. Siapa nama pengisi kuliah tamu hari ini? Ya, apakah udah ada pemenangnya, panitia?
Oh ya, maaf, tadi ada kesalahan. Iya, sudah dapat.
Baik, ke pertanyaan selanjutnya ya. Apa judul kuliah tamu hari ini? Baik, apakah sudah bisa dilanjut, panitia?
Oke, dipersilakan.
Baik, selanjutnya pertanyaannya, siapa penyelenggara KTA 2020? Baik, apakah bisa dilanjut?
Oke, udah ada.
Oke, ke pertanyaan terakhir ya. Yang terakhir adalah apa tajuk yang diusung KTA 2020?
Wah, udah dapat nih. Udah dapat semua.
Wah, baik. Nah, seru sekali ya. Selamat kepada para pemenang. Silakan menghubungi para panitia KTA pada email architecture.its@gmail.com. Saya ulangi, para pemenang silakan menghubungi para panitia KTA pada email architecture.its@gmail.com dengan menggunakan email untuk menjawab pertanyaan tadi. Terima kasih. Baik, jadi sudah dipilih nih 5 pemenang penjawab tercepat di Zoom Chatbox. Langsung saja pemenang dari pertanyaan pertama, yaitu dari username Rasal_ITS. Yang kedua, pemenang kedua yaitu finalis KTA nomor 064, Richard. Pemenang ketiga yaitu Nicholas Troy. Pemenang keempat yaitu Ananda Putri. Dan pemenang kelima adalah Alifa Yudianto. Selamat kepada para pemenang. Dan sekali lagi kepada para pemenang, silakan menghubungi para panitia KTA pada email architecture.its@gmail.com. Sekali lagi, para pemenang silakan menghubungi para panitia KTA pada email architecture.its@gmail.com dengan menggunakan email untuk menjawab pertanyaan tadi. Terima kasih. Iya, baik. Saat ini kita akan memasuki sesi yang paling ditunggu-tunggu, yaitu sesi hasil diskusi para juri untuk penyampaian penghargaan karya terbaik dari masing-masing kategori yang akan dipandu oleh Bapak Teddy Badai Samodra. Kepada Pak Teddy, waktu dan tempat saya persilahkan.
Kepada Pak Teddy, dipersilahkan.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih. Mohon maaf kalau terjadi gangguan. Jadi kita berjumpa lagi di saat-saat yang mungkin paling ditunggu untuk teman-teman finalis, kemudian Bapak Ibu dosen, barangkali mungkin teman-teman sekalian yang bisa yang masih bergabung barangkali sampai dengan sore hari ini. Jadi mungkin saya memberikan semacam pembukaan begitu ya sebelum Bapak juri memberikan semacam summary dan pengumuman begitu. Jadi untuk KTA tahun ini kita memiliki kategori yang berbeda. Kalau misalnya memang berdasarkan tipologi dengan tren tugas akhir yang semakin mungkin berkembang dengan penelitian, misalnya research for design maupun research about design. Jadi kita tampilkan beberapa studies sebagai gambaran tentang pengetahuan arsitektur, desain arsitektur, seperti design studies, social studies, technical studies, environmental studies, cultural and aesthetic studies. Jadi beberapa hal memang baru begitu ya. Misalnya bagaimana men-generate locality, kemudian programming spatial typology arrangement, environmental technical verification, kemudian social studies, potential social solution through architecture, and mungkin terakhir itu technical studies tentang integrasi dia dengan arsitektur dengan teknologi gitu ya. Jadi mungkin tidak berlama-lama, saya kira kita bisa langsung memberikan kesempatan untuk Bapak juri untuk memberikan ulasan. Saya kira right now we have a time to listen the summary for all juries. There are Mr. Chatpong, Mr. Haji Nagara, and the last Pak Setiadi Supandi. I think time is yours. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting me to look at these great projects. I want to commend all the applicants for doing a great job. The most important thing is revealed parts of life in Indonesia for somebody like me outside that was very unique and interesting. And I think the best architecture or thesis or projects are ones that reveal unique components of life that you can't get anywhere else. And all the projects kind of gave me insight into the culture of not only Indonesia, but Southeast Asia in relationship to the world. So thank you very much. And I want to encourage all the applicants to pursue their interests in thesis. All of these projects were thesis projects, correct? Yeah?
Yes.
So I have a warm spot for thesis because I think it's such an important project, an important stage in your life, because it really reveals your inner interest in something that you will pursue throughout your career, either a little or a lot. So think of this project as a great successful beginning, not an end to a project, to something that's totally worthwhile and valuable. And I hope you pursue this really unique interest in all the projects that I see further in the future. And I look forward to seeing your great work in the future. Thank you again, and congratulations to everyone.
Maybe Pak Setiadi, time is yours. Okay, there is a freeze. Maybe I have a problem in connection. Maybe if the next turn to go to Pak Aji, please, your summary.
Terima kasih. Saya sangat senang sekali dan berterima kasih untuk panitia dari ITS mengundang saya dan melihat karya yang menurut saya luar biasa dari teman-teman dari ujung timur dan ujung barat ya. Jadi artinya kualitas pendidikan arsitektur di Indonesia itu sudah mulai hampir merata gitu, dan proses seperti ini menurut saya akan menjadi cara juga untuk meningkatkan kualitas arsitektur dan arsitektur di Indonesia. Dan secara garis besar pemenangnya itu tidak jauh lebih baik dari yang tidak menang. Artinya hampir sama, tapi karena kami harus memilih, jadi kami pilih yang ada cocok dan relevan. Jadi buat yang belum menang ya memang bukan berarti tidak lebih bagus. Dan seperti kata Pak Chat, bahwa TA tugas akhir itu bisa jadi awal untuk dilanjutkan ke jenjang yang lebih profesional gitu ya. Dan terakhir sebenarnya saran dari saya adalah karena kita dalam masa yang sangat sulit, pandemi, dan kita sudah mulai belajar semuanya virtual, mulai belajar membuat presentasi atau apapun dalam bahasa yang lebih visual dan lebih ringkas gitu. Jadi kita punya waktu tidak terlalu banyak untuk menilai dan juga mencermati setiap karya. Jadi ide itu bisa macam-macam, tapi ide yang tersampaikan dengan baik dan dikemas dengan profesional itu yang lebih mungkin menang gitu. Apakah nanti dalam mencari kerja atau sayembara atau apapun, menurut saya kemampuan untuk mengemas ide kalian menjadi lebih mudah dicerna dan lebih cepat itu menjadi kuncinya. Terima kasih, selamat untuk yang menang dan juga untuk para finalis dan juga 80 peserta lain. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Aji. Silakan Pak Setia Supandi memberikan semacam summary. Lalu Pak Setia Supandi, silakan.
Oke, akhirnya bisa di-unmute. Oke, terima kasih. Saya hanya ingin memberikan selamat bagi peserta yang sudah sampai sejauh ini. Perjalanannya sangat panjang, mulai dari harus berjuang memberikan wujud pada proyeknya, dari tidak ada apa-apa menjadi ada apa-apa, lalu juga harus melewati banyak sekali peserta, dan saya juga salut kepada ITS yang sudah melakukan KTA ini sudah bertahun-tahun lamanya, tetap konsisten, ini merupakan platform yang langka yang harus sebenarnya dipertahankan, karena kita punya sedikit sekali media untuk melihat atau menengok, terutama pada saat ini, bagaimana teman-teman kita belajar arsitektur di tempat yang lain, bagaimana mereka mendapatkan materi-materi dan juga keterampilan gitu ya. Dulu kita punya KTA MAI, sekarang juga masih ada, cuma mungkin punya kesetaraan atau punya platform yang sama, punya wahana untuk saling bertukar informasi, bertukar pengetahuan, itu memang sangat langka dan makin dibutuhkan sekarang ini. Jadi dan juga melihat bagaimana si kompetisi ini bisa berperan, itu bisa dilihat dari apa yang tadi Pak Aji juga bilang gitu, bahwa yang sudah masuk sejauh ini itu memang punya kualitas yang nggak terlalu terpaut jauh gitu. Jadi siapapun yang menang di sini tidak membuat mereka menjadi outstanding gitu, karena yang tidak menang pun punya kelebihannya masing-masing gitu. Tapi di luar itu juga memang masih banyak kekurangannya. Jadi seperti misalnya bagaimana jadi salah satu kekurangannya bukan kekurangan dari mahasiswanya sih, tapi dari lebih kepada bagaimana sistem kita memang mendikte kita harus menghasilkan sesuatu yang sifatnya terbangun, yang terwujud dalam bentuk bangunan gitu ya. Padahal belum tentu peran arsitek ataupun peran pemikir intelektual seperti mahasiswa ataupun juga lulusan S1 belum tentu harus mewujud dalam suatu bentuk bangunan gitu, karena bangunan bisa jadi juga bukan pemecahan masalah dan bahkan mungkin menjadi sumber masalah karena kita ngotot ingin membangun sesuatu. Jangan-jangan jawaban dari expertise kita adalah menyarankan bahwa kita seharusnya tidak membangun sesuatu gitu. Kita harusnya bisa jadi memberikan lebih banyak kontribusi justru malah dengan tidak membangun, tapi tetap menggunakan expertise kita, keterampilan kita, wawasan kita sebagai orang yang dilatih dalam kacamata arsitektur. Jadi siapapun yang nanti terpilih, yang menang itu jangan terlalu merasa di atas, dan juga yang kalah jangan terlalu merasa di bawah, bahwa kalian sudah sejauh ini itu sudah sangat baik sekali, dan konteks yang diperlihatkan dari masing-masing proposal itu sangat kental dengan permasalahan di tempat masing-masing. Banyak dari konsep-konsep ini memang dilatari dengan latar belakang yang sangat baik penggaliannya gitu. Persoalan nanti bagaimana dia diterjemahkan ke dalam solusi arsitektural, emang itu banyak yang masih fall short to the expected level. Tapi ya itu sangat dimaklumi karena ya levelnya masih mahasiswa, jadi pengolahan menjadi sebuah benda jadi itu memang selalu problem kita dalam keseharian kita sebagai profesi, dalam profesi arsitek gitu. Jadi selamat siapapun yang terpilih, selamat yang sudah sejauh ini masuk, dan juga selamat kepada ITS. Terima kasih. Selamat sore.
Ya, selamat sore Pak Setia Supandi juga. Oke, terima kasih. Mungkin sedikit ada perubahan tentang pengumuman. Jadi ciri-ciri mungkin tidak menyampaikan langsung, kita tampilkan secara video begitu ya. Jadi ini yang sangat ditunggu waktunya untuk semua finalis dan Bapak-bapak, Ibu, dan setiap mungkin partisipan yang hadir di sini. Saya kira mungkin kita langsung tutup saja untuk sesi penjurian final begitu untuk diskusi sore hari ini. Nanti kita langsung tayangkan pemenangnya dengan video berikut. Saya kira terima kasih untuk semua juri, Pak Setia Supandi, Mr. Chatbong, thank you for your coming. I think you have a limited time, and Pak Aji also. Oke, terima kasih. Silakan panitia untuk bisa menampilkan pemenangnya. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke MC.
Okay, informing to all the honorable jury, please enter the breakout room. I repeat to all the honorable jury, please enter the breakout room. Baik, luar biasa sekali ya karya-karyanya tadi dan sangat menginspiratif sekali. Alright, saya ucapkan selamat kepada para peserta finalis yang karyanya telah terpilih menjadi karya-karya terbaik untuk masing-masing kategori pada KTA 2020 kali ini. Dengan berakhirnya sesi pengumuman tadi, maka berakhirlah pula acara kita pada siang hari ini. Jangan lupa para hadirin sekalian dapat melihat karya-karya kompetisi tugas akhir 2020 di Behance Department Arsitektur IPS. Terima kasih kepada para juri, Bapak Aji Negara, Di Sopandi, and Mr. Chatpong Chuen Rudimo. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu dosen, para peserta serta hadirin yang telah mengikuti acara Final KTA 2020 pada siang hari ini. Terima kasih juga kepada seluruh panitia yang bertugas. Saya Natifah selaku Master of Ceremonies mewakili seluruh kru yang bertugas memohon maaf bila ada kesalahan sepanjang acara ini berlangsung. Sampai ketemu pada KTA 2021. Selamat siang dan wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for all the attendees. And before we part, please forgive us for our shortcomings. Till we meet again, perhaps in the next Kompetisi Tugas Akhir 2021, may all of you have a great day. Thank you.